Chalo, now we are starting with chapter number 12. This is also one of the most important topics, service costing. Till now, during last 5 years, as I can say, cost sheet and service costing have been regular in the exams. Cost sheet and service costing, that too for 10 marks. Last attempt, May 2023, service costing question was asked for only 5 marks. So this time, chances are there that it can be asked for 10 marks also. So this is an A category topic, important topic. 10 marks is the average weightage of this chapter. Okay? Now, try to understand what we are going to do in this entire chapter. As the name suggests, listen. The name of this topic is service costing. There is costing included in the name. What do you mean by costing? Ascertainment of cost. Ascertainment of cost, calculation of cost basically. So in this chapter also, we are going to calculate cost. Unlike the previous topic where we were calculating cost of producing something, producing goods. See, costing is predominantly meant for manufacturing companies. Okay, material, labor, overheads, these are for manufacturing companies. Costing is more useful to the manufacturing companies. But this topic, especially this topic, service costing, this is for service sector. Okay, this is only topic which is meant for, which is there for service sectors. Okay, so here we are not going to talk about raw material, overheads. There are going to be many service industries. We are going to do costing for them. Costing means calculating cost. Costing means calculating cost. Cost of what? Cost of providing services. In this chapter, we are going to calculate cost of providing the services. Then how a company which is involved in providing services recovers its expenses from the customer. Like in manufacturing companies, they calculate the sale, divide by number of units, they get the selling price per unit. They will sell 1 unit, they will recover some amount. Like last question, we got the selling price as 160 rupees. So company will sell one unit and recover 160 rupees from the customer. So in this topic, how the companies are going to recover their expenses, how they will calculate the cost, how the recovery will be made, all these things we are going to understand. Study here in this topic, service costing. Okay. Now institute ask questions on some, they have some favorites like transportation sector. Okay, they have questions on hospital sector, hotel sector. These are some of institute's favorites. Okay, there are other sectors also like banking, insurance, we have electricity companies, we have IT companies also. You know, toll collection, we when we use the highway, there are toll centers, we have to pay toll there. Okay, the collection of toll, we have question on that also. So there are questions on different industries, different service industries. So let us understand what all service sectors we are going to study here in this chapter. You know, you will get an insight how these companies calculate their cost and how they recover the money from customer. One sector which is institute's most favorite, as you can say, is transportation sector. Under transport sector, we will have basically two categories. Transportation can be divided in two parts. There are two types of transport systems. First, passenger transportation. And then goods transportation. For passenger transportations, we use bus, cab or flight, etc. For goods transportation, we use trucks, lorry, etc. Correct? Then you will have question on hotel sector. Then you will have question on hospital sectors also. Hospital industry. And then others. Others may you will see question on banking. There are 2 questions on insurance sector. Electricity generation. Education. Okay. Education is also there. Then we have toll collection. Okay, etc. There is IT also. IT, information technology. Okay, now listen now guys, listen. It is very easy to calculate the cost. Listen here. It is very easy to calculate the cost, okay? Cost can be calculated easily, but the main thing is how the cost will be recovered from the customer. That is the main element here. Okay, so for that, what every company does, they calculate their total cost. They add some profit margin in that. Then whatever is the sale amount, we will divide that by number of units to get selling price per unit, because we are going to sell the goods to different customers, so we have to recover that cost from different customers. Therefore we calculate cost of 1 unit. We should know how much we should recover from each unit, each customer, each unit. Okay, if somebody buys 2 units, then I'll recover double amount. Okay, so similarly here, when we see passenger transport, how to calculate or how to know what is their number of units here. Let us say we have a bus transportation business. Now I want to know. Okay, you're not able to. Okay. Now. Okay. Number of units. Now, for a passenger transport business, let's say you have a bus, okay? You are providing bus services, transport. Now, for you, how you will see whether your business is doing well or not? Your business is doing? See, a company sees how many units they are producing. Yes or no? How many units they are producing, how many units they are selling. Based on that, they see whether the business is going on nicely or not. In case of bus transportation, passenger transportation, how we will come to know whether our business is doing well or not? How many passengers are there in the bus? How many passengers are there in the bus? Okay, and how many kilometers daily we are running the bus? That is also important. Let's say you have a cab. So how you will see whether your business is going on nicely or not? You'll see how many kilometers on an average daily you are traveling. Okay. So in this case, the number of units, it is very important to understand. Let us say you have a bus transportation business. One passenger comes. And he asks for a ticket of 20 kilometers. How much? 20 kilometers. 1 kilometer, one passenger comes, he asks for a ticket of 20 kilometers. Now, how the number of units is calculated, try to understand. In this case, number of units for us, one passenger buying a ticket for 20 kilometers. It means it is as good as we have sold 20 units. We have sold 20 units here. So in case of passenger transportation, the number of units is how many passengers are coming to buy the ticket and for how many kilometers they are traveling. Let us say a group of 5 passengers came. Okay, how many passengers? 5 passengers, and they are taking tickets for 10 kilometers. 5 passengers buying ticket for 10 kilometers. It is as good as we have sold 50 units to them. 50 units to them. Let us say there is an auto or cab driver. Okay. On today is 22nd, no? On 22nd of September, this guy got only 2 customers, only 2 passengers. Only 2 passengers. Means he sold only 2 units? Yes or no? But this is incomplete information. You will say his day was very bad, he got only 2 customers, 2 passengers. But you should ask, how much kilometers? So can you name an area which is another district which is 200 kilometers or something, 100 kilometers far from here? Pondicherry is how many kilometers here?
105 kilometers.
That's it, 105 kilometers. Wow, that's great. Yeah. I'll visit there then. 105 kilometers only.
3 hours max.
3 hours. That's great, yeah. Okay, wait. So he got a passenger in the morning asking to drop to Pondicherry. Okay, so from Chennai, I don't know the exact spelling. R correct? Pondei. Okay, Pondicherry. Okay. Let us say 150 kilometers. Then, fortunately, when he was coming from Pondicherry, there also he got a passenger for Chennai only. He was coming back to Chennai only. Fortunately, he got a passenger of Chennai. 150 kilometers again. Only 2 passengers. But look at the distance. 150 kilometers each. 2 passengers into 150 kilometers, he has made a business of 300 kilometers. Now, if somebody is running auto locally here, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, only 1 passenger, he will take hundreds of passengers, let's say 50 passengers. But what will be the total kilometers traveled in that case? 50, 100 or 150. From 2 passengers only, he has made a business of 300 kilometers. So not just passengers, kilometers also matter. Is that clear? In that case, a guy who is running the auto locally, he got 50 passengers today from morning to night, but they were all for 1 kilometers or 2 kilometers. 50 passengers, but the distance is only, let's say, average 2 kilometers. He made a business of only 100 kilometers, but this guy made a business of 300 kilometers. So in this case, when we calculate the number of units now, number of units is known to be combined. Number of units is combined, composite. Why? Because it is made up of 2 things, 2 factors. Passengers at the same time kilometers. Passengers at the same time kilometers. So when I'm talking about bus transportation business, it is important to know for how many kilometers the bus is running every day. For how many kilometers bus is running every day. And then when the bus is running, there are how many passengers inside the bus? The kilometers should be more. At the same time, more number of passengers should also be there in the bus. That will increase the sales. Similarly, I'll take an example. Hospital. You know, a proper hospital, not a clinic. Hospital, where we have beds. Okay? Now, if somebody is going to the hospital, obviously he will be serious. Okay? What is their number of units? For them, number of days. For how many days the hospital is running? Let us say, one patient came today. He was very serious. We admitted him, gave him the bed. He was there in the hospital for 15 days. One patient for 15 days means hospital has sold 15 units. Single patient. But how many units? 15 units. Is that clear? Understood? Let's say 5 friends were going somewhere. They met with an accident. All 5 of them injured. Same hospital. They all were admitted for 5 days. The hospital has made a business of 25 units. Is that clear? So for hospital, not just the number of patients, it is also the number of days that matter. When they don't get enough number of patients, very smartly what hospitals do, they increase the number of days. That increases their sale. See, one passenger, one patient, 2 patients, let us say 2 patients admitted for 4 days makes it how many units? 8 units. But I am not getting 2 patients, I am getting only 1 patient. What I will do? 1 patient into 8 days. Same sales. Is that clear? So that's an advantage for hospital sector. See, when you go to an hotel, man, let us say you are traveling to another city and you need a hotel room. You need a room, okay? You went to a hotel. Now you are asking, what is the rate? How that guy will, quote the rate? Hourly or standard? I'm not talking about those good hotels. I'm saying reputed hotels. How they will quote the rate? One night or one day. Okay. Let us say the rate is 10,000. What they will say? Sir, 10,000 rupees per room per day. Per room per day. One room for one day, 10,000 rupees. If I want 2 rooms for one day, 1 room for one day, it means the hotel has sold only 1 unit. 1 room for 2 days, it has sold 2 units. 3 customers are there asking for 1 room each. Wait. Means 3 rooms are required for 1 day. 3 rooms for 1 day. It is how many units? 3 units. But if one customer comes, he books 1 room for 3 days. 3 units. 3 customers, 1 customers. But the sale is same. Not just rooms. It is also the number of days here that matters. So in this chapter, the number of units are combined. They are made up of 2 things. In case of hotel, it is number of patients, at the same time number of days. In case of hospital, in case of hospital, number of patients, number of days. In case of hotel now, number of rooms into number of days. In case of transport sector, number of passengers, also number of kilometers. Is that clear? In case of goods transportation, it is about the load in tons. 5 tons, let us say, a company has given me 5 tons to transport to some another city. 5 tons into the distance is 200 kilometers. I have to transport this 5 ton to 200 kilometers. Means I have sold 1000 units. So in this chapter, the number of units are going to be what? Combined, composite, made up of 2 things. Okay? For passenger transport business now. Listen here. For passenger transport business, it is important to have more number of passengers. Yes or no? But it is also important that those passengers are traveling for long distance. Let us say there is a lot of rush, you are not getting auto. Suddenly you see an auto, okay? You make that guy stop, but at the same time there is one more person who is trying to stop the auto. Okay? The auto wala stops here, auto guy stops there. You are saying, I want to go to some place which is 2 kilometers apart. Okay? That other guy at the same time saying, I am trying to go to a place which is 20 kilometers apart. That there is one auto only. Both of you stop the auto at the same time. Now there is a conflict. Who will sit in the auto? That auto guy will select Mr. A or Mr. B. B. One passenger. Same. One passenger. But 2 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Given a choice, you would like to sell 2 units or 20 units? Obviously 20 units. So number of units are also important. Number of kilometers are also important. So for passenger transportation, what will be the number of units? It is passenger kilometers. Passenger into kilometers. Passenger into kilometers. That is called passenger kilometers. For goods transportation, goods, it is important to have more load, correct? But in that case, load into distance. So it is ton kilometers. What? Ton kilometers. How many tons of goods we have transported during the day and for how many kilometers? For hotel sector, the number of units, rooms, days. So it is room days. It is how many rooms are occupied and for how many days. Okay, they will keep a record. Let's say 3 rooms are occupied for 5 days, then 5 rooms for 2 days, 6 rooms for 1 day. That is how at the end of the month they will calculate total number of room days that they have been able to sell. Similarly, hospital sector, number of patient into number of days, or you can say number of beds into number of days. When you are going to an hospital, you don't want the entire room. You just want a bed, that's it. Yes or no? Because we are not going to have a great time there. We just want a bed. So it is either you can say patient days, you can say what? Patient days, or you can also call it patient days or bed days. For hospital, it is important that more number of beds are occupied and it is occupied for a longer period. Is it clear? So say call it patient days or bed days, it is one and the same. Okay, because on one bed there will be only one patient, so it is equal. Say bed or patient equal. One bed is equal to one patient. Is that clear? So this is very very important. When you start this topic now, this is most logical topic you can say, because you'll get question on different sectors. You'll have to think accordingly. For that you need to be logically very very clear. You should know what are you doing in this chapter. We are calculating the cost, we will add the profit margin, and then we will try to recover that amount from customer. So what in this case the transport sector for example will do, or a hotel sector will do. Hotel sector will calculate all its costs, plus they will add profit margin. Yes or no? They will get total sale. We call it total collection. Okay. Then this amount has to be recovered not just from one customer. This is to be recovered from all see whatever the total number of customers. Yes. So we are going to divide this by number of units to find out selling price per unit. So you should know in each industry what is their cost unit. For them, what is number of units? For a passenger transport business, number of units is passenger kilometer. For a goods transportation business, number of units is ton kilometers. For a hotel business, number of units is room days. So we will divide this. For example, in case of hotel business, let us say their monthly or their annual collection comes out to 10 crore. They have to collect 10 crore rupees every year so that they can recover all their expenses plus some profit. Now this will be recovered from all room days, all number of units. Let us say we have 10,000 room days. 10,000 room days. Divide 10 crore by 10,000. See how much it comes. 10,000 rupees. How much? It means what? It means what? Try to understand. Now the hotel will recover 10,000 rupees from per room, from one room for one day. If you want this room for 2 days, one room for 2 days, you will have to pay 20 units, 20,000 rupees. Is that clear? Okay. We are not starting with difficult questions here. We have some small questions also. So you can write this. Service costing. We are going to do 2-3 small questions. That's it. I think 2 questions maximum. But you need to remember the number of units. How to calculate number of units, huh? Just a second. No worries. It happened by mistake. Poly? Service sector. What service are they providing? Welfare for the nation. Politicians do welfare, yes. See, politicians are what? They are just an employee. Employee of Government of India. Or whatever the government is, state government or central government. MPs are employee. The member of parliaments, they are employees. You will study the rule, and under GST you will see uh, the definition of employment. It is also covered. I, in service tax and GST it is there. Politicians are independent personalities. No? They are not employees. They are selected independently. They all, by their wish, they come to join a party and form a government. But they are not an employee of that government. If somebody is an MP under some party, they are not employee of that party. They are selected by government. They will charge GST on their services if they are not an employee. But then by exemption, they have been made exempt. That they are not going to charge GST. Is it done? So now tell me, for passenger transport business, what is number of units? Passenger kilometers. For goods transportation, ton kilometers. For hotel business, room days. For hospital business, patient days or bed days. Is that clear? See, when we are, what is the difference between hotel industry and hospital industries here? Which is better placed? I think the hospital industry is better placed. Why? When a consumer goes to a hotel, when a customer goes to a hotel, he knows for how many days he wants to stay there. I want a room for 5 days. Correct? But when you are going to the hospital, now it is completely up to that hospital for how many days they want to keep you there. From 5 it can go up to 10 also. And if they don't have any patient, okay, we'll start with the question. I think, where's the book? I had a book there, here, no? Okay. This is chapter number 12. So quickly come to chapter number 12. We are going to start with small questions only. Yes, come to page number, listen guys, page number 12.4, page number 12.4, question number 5. Page number 12.4, question number 5. Okay, can we start? See, this topic now, you have to be very careful while reading the question. Every question you will get some different sector. You have to understand the question. There is no connection between the previous question and this question. There will be no connection. Every question will be new. There will be something new there. Okay? A company is considering 3 proposals, alternative proposals for conveyance facilities for its sales personnel, salesmen, who has to do considerable traveling, approximately 20,000 kilometers every year. The proposals are as follows. You know conveyance? Conveyance means traveling for office purpose. Okay, let's say from office you have to go to a client place. Now that traveling expense is not borne by the salesman. it will be borne by the company. Okay, so a company has salesmen, and the salesmen have to travel approximately around 20,000 kilometers every year, and now company is thinking of having some arrangements. Is that clear? What proposals they have? Let us see. First, purchase and maintain its own fleet of cars. Purchase and maintain own fleet of cars, matlab company will purchase and maintain the car. Company will purchase the car, they will give the car to their sales personnel. Is that clear? And then sales personnel will use that car for office purpose, for selling, obviously, for marketing, etc. The average cost of a car is rupees 6 lakhs. This is first option. Or if the company doesn't want to buy the car, then what is the next option then? Allow the executive to use his own car and reimburse expenses at the rate of rupees 10 per kilometer, and also bear insurance cost. So if the company doesn't want to buy the car now, what they can do, they can ask the employees whether they have the car. At the time of joining only, I will ask the employees whether you have the car, whether you have a car. If yes, you can join the company. If no, you are rejected. Okay, just kidding, they will not see that. But if the employees have the car, it is better for the company. Okay, if the employees have the car, let us say Praveen is an employee, he is coming for the interview. I asked him whether you have a car. He said, yes sir, I have a car. I told you, you have to bring your own car. Can you? What will be his reaction? I bought the car with my own money. Why should I use that for office work? Yes or no? I am saying, don't worry, we will pay you 10 rupees for every kilometer that you travel for office purpose. Will that do? Yes, he's agreeing. You have to, if you want to keep the job. Okay, this is second option. And I will also bear your insurance cost, additional, complimentary. Third, if the employees also don't have car and the company also don't want to buy the car, they can hire the car from an agency at rupees 1,80,000 per year per car. The company will have to bear cost of petrol, taxes and tire. The following further details are available. Petrol cost is rupees 6 per kilometer. Tires rupees 0.12 per kilometer. See, after every 1 kilometer, the tires are depreciating now by 0.12. Taxes are rupees 800 per car per annum. Repairs and maintenance is rupees 0.2 per kilometer. Insurance at the rate 1200 rupees per car per annum, and life of the car is 5 years with annual mileage of 20,000 kilometers. Resale value 80,000 at the end of 5th year. This is scrap value, residual value. Work out the relative cost of the three proposals and rank them. We want to know which proposal will be best for the company. Is that clear? Let us see. How many proposals we have? 3. Calculation of total cost under all three proposals. Under each proposal, you can say. What is the first option? Own car, own car. Company's own car. Next alternative, executive's car, executive, employee, executive's car. And hired from agency. Okay, let us calculate all the costs one by one. First is petrol expenses. What is the cost of petrol here? 6 rupees per kilometer. And how many kilometers the salesmen have to travel every year? 20,000 kilometers. Then what will be the annual petrol cost? 20,000 into 6. 1,20,000. Now listen. If it is company's own car, who will bear the cost of petrol then? The company has to bear. Now if it is executive's car, who will have to bear the cost of petrol? The executive will bear. Yes or no? If you have hired the car from agency, then who will bear the cost of petrol? Company has to bear. The agency will give you car only, huh? They are not going to bear the cost of petrol every day. Okay, next. Tire. 0.12 rupees per kilometer. Annual 2,400. Now let us see, if it is company's own car, who will bear the cost of tires, etc.? The company has to bear. If it is your car, you will bear the cost. How much? If it is executive's car, then who will bear the cost of tires? Executive will bear. And if it is hired from agency, then company has to bear. It is written there, okay? Next. Taxes. It is given per annum only, no? If it is company's own car, who will bear the cost of taxes? The company has to pay the taxes. If it is executive's car, who will bear the taxes? Executive. You are wondering then what the executive is doing here. He has to bear all. What company will say, we are paying you 10 rupees now. From that only you can bear the cost of petrol. From that 10 rupee you can also bear your cost of tires. From that 10 rupee only you can manage taxes. We are giving you 10 rupees. That's it. If it is hired from agency, then who will bear the cost of taxes? It is the company, no? 800. Next. Repairs and maintenance. It is 0.2 per kilometer. Now, if it is company's car, who will bear the cost of repairs and maintenance? The company has to bear. It is their car here. If it is executive's car, it gets stuck somewhere, not working. The executive calls to the company, sir, the car is not working. Please repair it. What the company will say, we are not going to do anything. We are giving you 10 rupees now. You can manage the cost of repair also. If it is hired from agency, then who will bear the cost of repairs? No. See? It is written that company will bear cost of petrol, taxes and tires, not repairs and maintenance. See, if suddenly the car starts working, we will call the agency. What you will say? See, what have you sent here? You are charging 1,80,000 rupees per annum. And this car? Yes, take it now. Either repair it or replace it. Why are we paying 1,80,000 then? The company will not bear the cost of repairs. Next, insurance. If company's car, company has to bear. If it is executive's car, Company is giving them 1200 rupees complimentary. If it is hired from agency, see, agency will give you a car which has insurance active. Sorry, agency will bear, company will not bear, correct? Huh. If agency is giving you car now, the insurance should be there, the car should be in good position, good condition, well maintained. That is why they are charging so much amount. Next, depreciation of the car. What is the cost of one car? 6 lakhs minus scrap value 80,000, divide by 5 years residual useful life, 1,04,000. If it is company's own car, who will bear the depreciation expense? Company will charge depreciation in their own books. If it is executive's car, executive will charge depreciation in his own book. For charging depreciation, you should be owner first, no? Yes or no? Depreciation can be charged by the owner of the asset. There is a concept, substance over form, under leasing. Correct? If it is you have completed leasing topic? Not in accounts. In accounts, you have a accounting standard, AS 19 for leases. Is it done? No? Who can charge depreciation? Owner of the asset. So executive will charge, here the agency will charge. Now, we are saying we are giving you 10 rupees, you can bear petrol cost, you can bear repair cost. Have you given the 10 rupee, that 10 rupee to the employee? No. So reimbursement. Reimbursement to employees, reimbursement cost. At the rate 10 rupees per kilometer. 2 lakhs into 10. And there is one more cost. Higher charges, car hire charges. How much higher charges? 1,80,000. Now please calculate total cost. This I will do. First one, no? 232,400. This will be about 3 lakhs, more than 3 lakhs. 3,200. This is total cost, okay? What will be then cost per kilometer? 2,32,400 divided by 20,000 kilometers. This is annual cost for 20,000. For 11.62. 10.06. 15.16. We have to rank the proposals, no? So what will be the ranking then? I think hired from agency should get rank 1. Higher number, no? It is about cost, correct? Lower the better. Cost means lower the better. So whichever option is possible in the best, lowest possible cost, it is best for executive's car. This will be our first priority. If the executives are using their own car, it is best for the company. Otherwise, own car, second best. Hired from agencies, last alternative, last priority, last option. Because of insurance. 1,200 rupees will pay upfront for insurance. We will not pay them 10 rupees after every kilometers. 1 kilometer is done, take 10 rupees. 1 more kilometer, take 10 rupees more. At the end of the month, we'll calculate how many kilometers they are traveling and then lump sum. Yeah. We'll check the kilometers, no? Then it is their own car. So we'll check at the beginning of the month how many kilometers the meter is showing. At the end of the month, how many kilometers? Difference amount into 10 rupees. The executive can take advantage also then. He can use the car for his and get 10 rupees also. There has to be some internal control there. See, he's going to a client place. What he will say, sir, I lost the plot. I lost the route. Now I'm going from some other route. He'll take 200 kilometers more. Is it done? Okay, so we'll continue tomorrow then. For today, you have cost sheet homework questions. I'll check the homework tomorrow then. Vacation. Reimbursement. See, you are going somewhere for office purposes. Okay, this is the office, and you have to go to a client place. It is 10 kilometers apart. So you took an auto. He charged you 200 rupees. Okay, you came back 200 rupees more. Total, how much expense you have incurred? 400 from your own pocket. But you are not going for personal use there. It was for company use. The company will give you that 400 rupee back. First you incur the expense, then company will repay the amount. That is called reimbursement. Okay. So exactly, the employees, they will first, bear the petrol cost from their own pocket. At the end of the month, company will repay you the amount. Yes. Along with your salary, then they will pay you some extra amount by calculating how many kilometers you have traveled into 10 rupees. They'll pay you that. Yeah. Why? They're giving them 10 rupees, no? 10 rupees if you are, see, if you are able to bear the cost, it is not for profit. See, companies don't think that way. He will not give the car to the company. He will use the car for office use. He will not give the car to the company. He will drive the car. He is an employee. He can use his own car for office purpose. Somebody else is not using the car. He is using the car. Okay, so that's it for today, guys. We'll resume tomorrow now. But you should try as many homework questions as possible of cost sheet. Okay. Bye bye. See you tomorrow then. Okay, now can we start? Guys, can we start? Please settle down now. We are starting with an easy question. Question number 6, page number 180. Okay. From the following data pertaining to the year 2017-18, prepare a cost statement showing cost of electricity generated per kilowatt hour. So you have to find out cost of generating electricity per kilowatt hour by Chambal Thermal Power Station, the name of the company. Now tell me, to generate electricity, what raw material will be required? Coal. Okay. Total units generated during the year is 10 lakh kilowatt hours. How many units of electricity the company has generated? 10 lakh kilowatt hours. Operating labor, that is direct labor, 15 lakhs. Repairs and maintenance, 5 lakhs. Lubricants, spares and stores, 4 lakhs. Plant supervision, 3 lakhs. And admin overheads, 20 lakhs. These are all the expenses that they have incurred during the year. Now, read very carefully here. 5 kilowatt hour of electricity is generated per kg of coal consumed. Means from 1 kg of coal, we can generate 5 kilowatt hour of electricity. Correct? Now, how many units of electricity do we have generated during the year? Total 10 lakhs. So if 5 kilowatt hour can be generated from 1 kg of coal, so to generate 10 lakh kilowatt hour of electricity, how much coal will be required? 2 lakh kgs. Correct? Cross multiply, you'll get 2 lakh kgs. And what is the purchase price, the rate per kg of coal? The coal is purchased at the rate 4.25 rupees per kg. Okay. Depreciation charges at the rate 5% on the capital cost. Capital cost is basically your asset. So 5% on the asset value. Asset value is rupees 2 crores. 2 crores into 5% is how much? Is it 10 lakhs? 10 lakhs. So we'll have depreciation also of 10 lakhs. So we have all the expenses. What we have to find out here in this question, you have to read the required part first. We have to prepare an income statement showing what? Cost of electricity generated per kilowatt hour. Means you have to find out cost per kilowatt hour. How to calculate cost per kilowatt hour? Total cost divide by total kilowatt hour of electricity generated. So we'll calculate the cost, divide this by 10 lakh kilowatt hours. This cost we have incurred to generate how many units of electricity here? 10 lakh. So cost divided by 10 lakhs, you will get the rate per kilowatt hour. Is that clear? Okay, let's prepare the statement now. Siddesh, okay. He was there in online lecture last 2 days. Why? Injury. So you guys were playing cricket. Okay, tough cricket. That's great, yeah. It happens, cricket sometimes it happens. Now have you recovered? Have you recovered totally? Okay. Give the heading cost sheet for the year. Okay, start. First, I am recording the direct material cost, coal consumed, raw material consumed, coal consumed. Then these expenses, these 5 expenses: operating labor, the amount is also given, correct. Repairs and maintenance, then we have lubricants, spares and stores, next is plant supervision, then we have something administration overheads. There is one more expense that is left here. Tell me which expense? Depreciation. Depreciation is at the rate 5% on the capital cost of 2 crores. So 2 crores into 5%. This amount is 10 lakhs. See, we have to find out cost. Listen to me, we have to find out cost per kilowatt hour. Cost per kilowatt hour. it is calculated by dividing the total cost by number of units that we have generated. So divide by total units generated. How many units of electricity we have generated? 2 lakh kilowatt hours or 10 lakhs? 10 lakh kilowatt hours. So we will get cost per kilowatt hour then. Now let us make a working note for the first expense, coal consumed. See, we are generating 5 kilowatt hour of electricity from 1 kg of coal. Is that clear? Now, during the year, we have generated total electricity of 10 lakh kilowatt hours. So, to generate 10 lakh kilowatt hour of electricity, 2 lakh kgs of coal is required. 2 lakh kgs. And the coal is purchased at the rate of 4.25. So 2 lakh kgs, then into 4.25 rupees the purchase rate, 8,50,000 is total cost of coal consumed during the year. Is that clear, everyone? So write 8,50,000 here in coal consumed. All other expenses are given. We can write it from the question itself. Labor 15 lakhs, repairs and maintenance is 5 lakhs. Then what is the amount of lubricants, spares and stores? 4 lakhs. Plant supervision 3 lakhs. And admin is 20 lakhs. Now you can add all these expenses. Add all the expenses to get total cost. How much? 64? 65 lakh 50,000. See, by incurring 65 lakh 50,000, we have generated total electricity of 10 lakh kilowatt hours. I want cost of generating 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. 6.55. So an electricity company would be calculating its cost of production this way. They will add all the expenses, divide that by number of units produced. See, yesterday we saw how to calculate number of units for different industries. Correct? So for passenger transport business, for them the number of units is what? Passenger kilometer. So it is calculated, in this manner. You will take how many passengers, the bus is carrying into for how many kilometers. What about goods transportation? Ton kilometers. Tons into kilometer. Hotel business, room days. How many rooms are occupied and for how many days the rooms are occupied. There the customer has his choice for how many days he wants to stay in that hotel. But in case of hospital, the number of units are patient days or bed days. Clear? So a patient comes, he cannot decide for how many days he wants to stay there at the hospital. It is up to the hospital. For how many days they want the patient to stay there. So it is patient days or bed days. Similarly, if a question comes on electricity, the number of units will be kilowatt hour. Number of units will be kilowatt hour. If a question comes on bricks making, the brick that we use in the walls, bricks making, for that industry, the number of units is what? They can count the pieces, no? How many units they are producing. But generally in bricks industry, they are selling the goods in lot of 1,000 bricks. In a lot of 1,000 bricks. So they don't sell one brick. You have to buy minimum 1,000 bricks. That is one lot. So if you ask them what is the rate, they will quote the rate on 1,000 bricks basis. They will say 5,000 per 1,000 bricks. 5,000 rupees per 1,000 bricks. So that is how the goods are sold there. The bricks are sold. Okay. So for every industry, the number of units are different. And this question, they generally the institute asks theory question on this. You can get an MCQ also. For passenger transport industry, what is the suitable cost unit? 4 options will be given there. You will have to select one. And the correct option will be, let us say passenger is given, kilometer is given, then passenger kilometer is given. The correct option will be passenger kilometers. Is that clear? So now with introduction of MCQs, what I'm saying, with the introduction of MCQs, now it becomes very important that you are logically very clear. You know the concept as well, the basics as well, because they can ask theory question in MCQs. They can check your concepts in MCQs. They will give 4 options. You'll have to select right option. It depends how clear logically you are. Then only you will be able to select one right option. Otherwise, you can select any one option. We know MCQs 1, 2, 3, 4, whichever is option comes in our mind. We take the name of God and then select one option. Is it clear? What is the cost of generating electricity here? 6.55 rupees per kilowatt hour. Now when the company will sell the electricity, okay, they will sell at a rate which is higher than 6.55. They will add some profit margin and then sell. So this was a question on electricity. This is miscellaneous category, others question. Now we have a small question pending here. It is question number 10. No, not question number 10. Question number 11. Page number 182, question number 11. The loan department of a bank. Loan department of a bank performs several functions in addition to home loan application processing. Obviously, the loan department, will have other loans also apart from home loans. They can have personal loan, car loan, education loan, mortgage loan is there. There is business loan. Okay, there are different categories of loan here. But we are looking at home loan processing. Okay. It is estimated that 25% of the overhead cost of the loan department are applicable to the processing of home loan applications. What is the overhead cost of the loan department? What can be the overhead cost of the loan department? Overhead cost is all, come on, yesterday only we saw, day before yesterday. Overhead cost means all indirect expenses. Expenses like rent, salaries, indirect labor. Okay, there in the bank, you can say there will be managers who are doing the work. Manager is an indirect labor. Okay. Then the guy who is processing the home loan application, sitting on the computer PC, is processing the home loan application, is feeding all the data there into the system. He is direct labor there because he is directly involved in processing the home loan application. Manager is not a direct labor. He will be so loan department manager is an indirect labor, but the loan processor is direct labor. The rent of the loan department is indirect. Overheads, depreciation of that building, indirect. Electricity, indirect. Electricity, AC bill, AC lighting, etc. Software is there. Okay, all these are indirect. Let's say cleaning expenses, cleaning of the premises, advertisement is there. These are all indirect expenses. And what the question is saying, that 25% of the total overhead cost should be allocated to home loan processing. Is that clear? It means what? 25% of the total loan applications are home loan applications. Let us say the department has received 1,000 applications for loans overall. So from 1,000, how many loan application will be there? 250, 25%. Okay. The following information is given concerning the processing of a loan application. Direct professional labor. Direct labor means the person who is directly involved in processing the loan. The loan processor. See, the name is also given here. Loan processor's monthly salary. 4 employees are there involved in processing the home loans. Everyone is paid 60,000 rupees each per month. Total salary comes out to 2,40,000. So this is direct labor. This is directly incurred for home loan application only. Then there is loan department overhead cost. Overhead. See, all overhead cost, total overhead cost will not be charged to the home loan application. Only 25% of this. Okay. So 1,81,000 is the overhead cost. 25% of that will go to the home loan application. You are required to compute the cost of processing home loan application on the assumption that 500 home loan applications are processed each month. See, we are not solving the question for entire loan department. We are looking at only home loan application. What is the cost incurred by the bank for processing one home loan application? Is that clear? Yes? Now, they also have to verify whether the property papers are real or not. Okay, they have to check the ownership, the legal status, whether that property has already been mortgaged. Sometimes it happens. There is already a loan on the property. Okay, but the property owner will take one more extra loan on that property. That has happened in past. So simultaneously 2 charges are created on the property. Let us say Mr. Praveen is the property owner. He has taken a loan by mortgaging the property. He has taken a loan from that guy. What is the name? Sudarshan. Okay. Now Praveen is not able to, he has not yet repaid the loan. And now he has come to me to ask for loan. Now I don't know that he already has taken a loan on that same property. And he didn't even inform me. He has taken 50 lakh rupees from me also. Now he is not repaying both of us. Now who will get the chance to, capture that property, to take over that property now? First one. But there is a fraud. See, with me, it is a fraud, no? Already there was a charge on that property. And now I have given money also. I have also given money. Then Praveen should be put behind the against fraud charges. No, this was happening very frequently. Therefore, now the government of India has made it compulsorily that before giving a home loan, you should first check whether the property is free of charges. Okay. So all these formalities are there, the paperwork, okay, the verification part, whether the property is actually there on that location. Okay. So we have to find out what is the cost incurred to process one home loan application. Is that clear? Only home loan. Only overhead cost. Only overhead, not the direct labor salary. Direct labor means they are directly involved in processing of the home loan application. Which one? Direct professional labor? Okay. See, by default, when it is direct labor now, direct labor means they are specifically involved in producing that product only. Okay. And in question also they have said direct labor first of all is not overheads. Direct cost cannot be called as overheads. And the question is saying 25% of overhead cost, and direct cost cannot be overhead cost. By default it means that it is specifically incurred to produce that product only. You see, direct means you can relate, you can trace. There has to be a direct connection. When the home loan applications will increase, the loan processor's salary will also, like if you are having more home loan applications, you will need to appoint one more home loan processor. Okay, the direct means there is direct relation between the production and that expense. So by default, how you will recognize whether this expense is also to be distributed in the ratio of this 25%, that ratio? It is not. It is not going to be distributed. Why? Because there is a word direct, and direct cost cannot be overhead cost. Only overhead costs are to be distributed. Is it clear? It might be confusing. Then question will tell you something about it. Okay. In exam, generally what happens now, we don't get ambiguous questions. The question is quite specific, quite clear. Okay. Otherwise, what will happen if the question is wrong? Every student who has attempted the question will get full marks then. And an institute doesn't want that. Okay, this is question number. Come on guys, question number 7, 11. Give the heading cost sheet for the month for home loan processing. First expense is direct professional labor. Direct labor means they are directly involved in processing of the home loan application. 2,40,000. Then there is overheads cost. We cannot charge entire overhead cost, loan department overhead cost, to home loan applications only. Only 25% of the overhead cost will go to home loan application. What is total overhead cost? 1,81,000 into 45,250. So total cost comes out to 2,85,250. And by incurring 2,85,250 rupees, we have processed 500 home loan applications. $570.5. This is processing cost per home loan application. Okay, so we have got the answer, 570.5. Now very easily now we can move on to the next question, but before that let me ask something. Why have we calculated this number 570.5? What is the use of this number? Processing fees. When a home loan application is received, you know, in almost every loan the bank charges processing fees. Yes or no? Now, how much processing fees to charge? How much processing fees the bank should charge on each application? Obviously, whatever cost they are incurring, they will charge that along with some profit. So the cost of processing one loan application for the bank comes out to 570.5. Now they will add some profit and then fix the processing charges. Is that clear? See, I told you why we are doing costing. Not just to not just to know the cost. The important point is we are calculating cost so that we have an idea of how much to recover from the customer. That is why we are doing costing, because we have to recover all our expenses from the customer, and the entire cost cannot be recovered from one single customer. If you have 500 home loan applications, you have to recover all your expenses from not just one application, from 500 applications total. So what should be the cost to be recovered from each application then? It is around 570 rupees. Is it clear? Costing is, if you are studying logically, costing is then very simple and interesting also. But in case if you are looking for formulas or methods, something else like accounts, then it can be very dangerous. Okay, you have to be logical. Is it done, Praveen? Now let's see one more question here, which is on toll plaza operation. It's a nice question. Question number 13. Okay guys, let us start. BHG. Okay, can we start? Okay. BHG Toll Plaza built a 60-kilometer long highway, and they are now operating a toll plaza to collect tolls from passing vehicles using the highway. You don't have the book? There is one extra book here. Take this. Take this. Hey, you all have got the books, no? Okay. So you forgot the book. Okay. BHG Toll Plaza Limited built a 60-kilometer long highway and now operates a toll plaza to collect tolls from passing vehicles using the highway. You must have experienced this. Okay, paying tolls on every highway. Now ultimately what happens, government gives contract to some contractor, okay. They are building the highway. Let us say the highway work is completed. Now the contractor will go to the government to ask for money. The highway work is done. Now please complete the formality. Correct? The government will say that we are not going to pay you the money. It is the public who is going to use the highway. So do one thing. You sit there, okay? Collect tolls from whoever is coming from there. Whoever is passing from the vehicle, you have the right to collect money. Okay. Now what they will do, the government gives right for certain period, like 10 years, 15 years or 20 years. So 20 years that highway developer has the right to collect toll. It is not the government who is collecting the toll. It is actually the developer. Okay, who built the highway. They are collecting the tolls. Is that clear? Now if we are paying tolls for using the highway, then why are we paying taxes? What is the use of that money then? Which infrastructure then? For highway you have to pay toll. Okay, the highway cost will be recovered in the form of tolls. Then why are we paying taxes then? What is the use of that money? We are paying direct tax, we are paying GST, then there is road tax. When you go to buy a vehicle, 50% of the amount goes in taxes only, taxes and registration. So what is the use of that money then? What is happening with GST? What is happening with direct taxes, income tax? What is happening with that road tax if we have to pay toll separately? And that too, once they establish that structure, that toll collection, they put some bamboos there and built a structure, correct? Temporary structure is there. Once they have established now, they are not going to remove it. It will go on for lifetime. Ideally, that should be for a certain period, for 10 years, 15 years. But you see, if you are looking at a highway where there is toll, you will see that that toll will be there forever. You are paying taxes, your father was also paying toll tax there, and your children will also pay toll there. Yes or no? But ideally that is not for lifetime. It is only there for certain period. Praveen, you should ask them, no? When you are paying toll tax, you should ask them for how many years you are going to be here. You know, the guy was, after once you are there at the toll, the guy who's behind you will start honking. Come on, take the car forward now. You are creating lot of ruckus here. Traffic is jammed. So we are going to see how these companies calculate the toll amount to be charged from each vehicle. Okay. So BHG Toll Plaza Limited built 60-kilometer long highway, and they are now operating a toll plaza to collect tolls from passing vehicles using the highway. The company has estimated that a total of 12 crore vehicles, only single type of vehicles, will be using the highway during 10 years toll collection tenure. So 12 crore vehicles will be using the highway, will be passing from the highway, not in 1 year, not in 1 day, in 10 years. So can you tell me monthly how many vehicles will be using the highway? Monthly, every month? Come on, you have to calculate. There is no costing or accounts here. 10 lakhs vehicles will be using the highway every month. You got the answer? 12 crore vehicles in 10 years means 120 lakh vehicles, 1.2 crores every year. Yes or no? Every year. So what is the monthly traffic then? Monthly traffic flow is 120 lakhs divided by 12 months. Every month 10 lakh vehicles. You were absent yesterday. You're sitting online or you were... Why? Fever. Now you're okay. In just 1 day. Okay. Now, toll operating and maintenance cost. See, to collect the toll. Listen now. To collect the toll, the company has to incur a lot of expenses also. Toll operation and maintenance cost for the month of April 2020 are as follows. Salary to collection personnel, 3 shifts and 4 persons per shift. You'll see the toll will be working 24/7. Yes or no? So they're working in 3 shifts. 4 persons are employed in every shift. So there are total how many employees? 4 in one shift. See, 4 into 1 shift. They have total 3 shifts. So overall 12 collection personnels. Is that clear? 4 in 1 shift into 3 shifts. And we are paying 550 rupees per day per person. Into 30. Okay. Supervisors are there, 2 shifts in, and 1 person is there in every shift, per shift. So 2 shifts into 1 person means there are overall 2 supervisors. 750 rupees per day per person. Yeah. Then security personnel, 3 shifts and 6 persons per shift. 6 persons in a single shift, and that we are operating in 3 shifts. Yes, there are 18 employees in total. What the security personnel will do there at the toll? if somebody is trying to, yes, if he doesn't pay the toll, he tries to, just zoom past the vehicle, toll, those security guys will come. See, collection personnel are only 4. The security personnel are 6. They have kept more security guys as compared to collection personnel. So you see, if anyone tries to escape the payment, they will teach them a lesson. Then there is toll booth manager. We are working in 2 shifts. There is 1 person per shift. Total 2 managers are there. We are paying 900 rupees per day per person. Yes. Electricity is 8 lakh rupees. Telephone 1,40,000. Maintenance cost is 30 lakhs. Now see, to collect the toll, the company will have to pay salaries. They will have to incur electricity expenses, telephone expenses, maintenance cost. These are all not highway development cost. This is toll operation cost. Why this company is sitting there? To collect or to recover which cost? The highway development cost. Now in that process they are incurring some extra cost. That extra cost will also be recovered from the passengers. Is that clear? So basically the highway development cost plus toll operation and management cost, plus then that company will add some profit, then the entire amount will be recovered from the vehicles using that highway. Monthly cost divided by monthly how many vehicles? 10 lakh vehicles. We will get the toll rate per vehicle. Is that clear? Now, monthly depreciation and amortization expense will be 1.50 crores. Further, the company needs 25% profit over total cost to cover interest and other expenses. That is company's profit margin. But what is this 1.50 crore here? What depreciation and amortization? What does it mean? Which depreciation? Depreciation of what? The road. This is basically, you know what is amortization? Amortization is like writing off the expenses. It is writing off the expenses. You have made a highway. You cannot recover the total highway development cost in just 1 month. It will take, in this question, it will take 10 years. Is that clear? So the company is going to recover its total cost not in 1 month. It is going to recover the total cost in 10 years. I want to know how much amount should be recovered every month. Every month. So every month the amount given here is 1.50 crore. That amortization, depreciation amortization is basically the highway development cost. Is that clear? Yes or no? Now tell me, what is total highway development cost? Total. You have to calculate the total highway development cost. How much money the company has, how much cost the company has incurred to? How much? 180 crores. How we calculated 180 crores? See, if 1.5 crore is your monthly expense, 1.5 crore is monthly expense into 12, annual expense will be 18 crores. Then into 10 years, what is the total cost, total amount to be recovered? Total amount to be recovered in 10 years, 180 crores. So actually the company has incurred 180 crores to build the highway. Is that clear? Now they went to the government to recover this 180 crore. But what government said? We are not going to pay you that money, this money. You have to recover this from the passengers who are using the highway. But you know, we have to recover the amount every day. But we cannot recover entire 180 crores in one day. Is that clear? It's a process. It will take 10 years to recover the amount, correct? So how much to be recovered in a month? 180 crores divided by 10 years will give you 18 crores rupees every year. 18 crores every year. Divide by 12 months. 1.5 crore every month. So you will have to recover 1.5 crore rupees every month. Plus, if you are incurring toll operation cost also, you will add that expense also. Then you will add some profit. And then that amount will be recovered from 10 lakh vehicles using the highway every month. Is it clear? Absolutely clear, everyone? See, you have to understand the question. Huh? Even if you are not able to understand what the scenario is, what the question is saying, practically what does it mean, getting the right answer will then be very, very difficult. You have to first understand what the question is saying, what they want to ask, how the business actually works. Okay? See what we have to find out here. You have to calculate cost per kilometer per month. The cost per kilometer is basically total cost divided by. How to calculate cost per kilometer? It is cost divided by total kilometers. Is that clear? Kilometer is given in the question. We have built 60 kilometer long highway. We want to calculate cost per kilometer now. Calculate total cost. Expenses are given to you. Make a cost sheet. Calculate total cost. Divide that by 60 kilometers. You will get cost per kilometer. Is that clear? And then second answer. Calculate the toll rate per vehicle. Toll means cost plus profit. This is the toll amount. Divide by monthly how many vehicles? 10 lakh vehicles. Is it clear? So you'll get cost per vehicle, the toll rate per vehicle. Okay, there is no working note as such. We have to just prepare a cost sheet and get the answer. This is question number 13. Give the heading. BHG Toll Plaza, na? What is the name of the company? BHG Toll Plaza. For the month of, which month? April 2020. Expenses, first we have salaries. Salaries. Siddesh. But salary to first the collection personnel. Three shifts into 4 collection personnels. Total 12 employees. 12 employees into 550 rupees per day. Now this is daily expense. 12 employees into 550 rupees per person into 30 days. 98. Next, supervisors. 2 shift into 1 person, correct? 2 shifts into 1 person into how much we are paying them? 750 rupees per day per person into 30 days in a month. 45,000 total. Okay. Next. Security personnel. Three shifts into 6 employees into 450 rupees per day into 30 days in a month. Next, toll booth manager. 2 shift into 1 manager. Into 900 rupees per day into 30 days. Now salaries are done. Next, electricity. 8 lakhs. What is the amount of electricity? 8 lakhs only, no? Next we have, I think, telephone expenses, 1,40,000. Telephone 1,40,000. Maintenance then 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs. Then the main expenditure, that the reason behind why we are sitting there at the highway, to collect our highway development cost, that is depreciation and amortization. One crore 50 lakhs. Now add all these expenses, you'll get total cost. One crore 94 lakhs 80,000. Wait, this is cost. We will add profit also. That will do separately. How much profit the company wants? 25% on what? See, whenever you read now, something is this much percent, instantly you should see 25% or whatever percentage is there on what? Cost. Do we have the cost? We can directly get the amount then. Profit 48 lakh 70,000. 70. This is total toll collection. 2 crore 50,000. Is it clear? This much amount has to be collected every if from every vehicle you will recover 2 crore 43 lakhs. Every month you have to recover 2 crore 43 lakh 50,000. Every month the company has to recover 2 crore 43 lakh 50,000 every month. Now this amount is to be recovered from how many vehicles? Monthly 10 lakh vehicles are passing through the highway. So divide by number of vehicles per month. 24.35. 24.35 rupees is basically the toll rate per vehicle. Is that clear? Now the question is also asking for cost per kilometer. Now total cost is 1 crore 94 lakh 80,000. This is our monthly expense divided by 60 kilometers. What is cost per month per kilometer? 3 lakh something. 3 lakh 667.66 is there, no? 67. There was a water bottle there, no? Okay, thank you. Is it done? Now we are starting with hotel sector now. We saw the miscellaneous category like toll, banking, then we saw electricity. Okay. Now we are starting with hotel sector. For the hotel business, number of units is what? How many rooms are occupied? For how many days the rooms are occupied? Is that clear? What happened? You know, he hit you deliberately then, in that case. Now, how to calculate room days? How to calculate room days? The calculation is very simple. Read the question now. Understand this first concept. How to calculate room days? You have to see how many rooms the hotel has, the capacity of the hotel. Okay, the number of rooms into for how many days the hotel operates in a year. Rooms into days. Now let us say I have 50 rooms in my hotel, but having 50 rooms does not mean that all 50 rooms are occupied. See, you can say number of units, basically you are calculating sale. you will assume that when the rooms are occupied, you can say there is a sale being made here. Sales means what? For hotel, the sale means the room should be occupied. Let us, out of 50, on an average only 30 rooms are occupied on an average during the year. To almost 20 rooms are vacant, idle, unoccupied, non-occupied there. So for me, out of those 50 rooms, only 30 rooms are sold. Only 30 rooms are sold which are occupied. Those 20 rooms which are not occupied cannot be considered as being sold. Yes or no? Let us say I am taking an example of cab driver. Okay, if somebody is is in the business of cab, he has run the cab for 500 kilometers today. But when the cab was running, passengers should also be there in the cab, no? Let us say out of 500, only for 200 kilometers there were passengers inside the cab. 300 kilometers, there was no passenger. So that 300 kilometers actually not your sale. You can consider sale only when there is a passenger in the cab. Similarly, only those rooms are assumed to be sold which are occupied. But what happens generally, if you see, the room occupancy always differs here. Today, let's say out of 50, 30 rooms are occupied. Only 30. But let us say day after, tomorrow for example, tomorrow is weekend. So in weekend the occupancy will increase because people are coming for traveling. Yeah. In weekend the occupancy will increase to 100%. In weekdays it is around 60-70%. So season occupancy is full. Off season occupancy is 50% or 60%, let's say, not full. In that case, your occupancy is always differing. Sometimes 50 rooms are occupied, sometimes 40 rooms are occupied. So how many rooms we are going to take then? If you want exact calculation, what you will have to do, as let us say it is your hotel, you will record every transaction. For example, today 10 rooms are occupied. So for today it is only 10 rooms. Tomorrow 40 rooms are occupied. So 40 units. Day after tomorrow all 50 rooms are occupied. So number of units sold is 50 rooms in that case. For day after tomorrow, total 100. Then, so what you will have to do for all 365 days, you will have to calculate number of rooms occupied every day. That we can do practically. We can do this. Okay, we will have the records, but we are solving question here. We will not have the detailed data for all 365 days. In that case, what is the option then? How many rooms are occupied every day? The entire cost of 50 rooms obviously will be recovered from 30 rooms only. You know how every business does. Let us say a hospital has the capacity of 50 patients, 50 beds. Now out of those 50 beds, on an average only 30 beds are occupied. Only 30 beds are occupied. So what the hospital will do, they will recover all their expenses from those 30 beds only. Is that clear? You know how the rate is calculated? The rate is calculated at the beginning of the year. For example, I am starting a new CA Inter batch. When the fees will be decided, what will be the fees for this batch? Obviously at the beginning, before starting the batch. Yes or no? Can I say that we'll decide the fees after the batch gets completed? We'll see how much cost is incurred. Accordingly, we will let you know how much fees you have to pay. You can sit for now. What if you get a bill of rupees 5 lakhs? That is not how it goes, no? You have to decide the rate first based on some estimations, predictions. Is that clear? There is forecasting involved in this. Why the business is so uncertain, so difficult, it is so risky? Because there are a lot of estimations in the business. Predictions are there. Let us say there is a local pani puri seller. Okay? He will have to prepare all the ingredients and the material, etc. Now before, let us say, starting at 5 p.m. and the shop will be open till 10 p.m. They will prepare the raw material now first. How they will be preparing the raw material? For how many units? They make estimations. Today is weekend, let's say. So I am estimating, based on my experience, on weekend almost 1000 customers will come. On weekend 1000 customers will come, and based on his estimation he will prepare the material. Is that clear? The selling price, the resource purchase, or you can say allocation of the resources, it is all done on the basis of estimations. Let us say I estimated that in this batch 50 admissions will be there, confirmed. I estimated 50 admissions. So I made a target that 50 students will be there. I will have to recover all my costs from those 50 students. Although the capacity of the classroom is, let us say, 80 students, but I am expecting only 50 students. So what I will do, I will recover entire cost from those 50 students. I will add all these expenses estimated, those are estimated numbers, divide by 50 students. I will get cost per student. I will add my profit margin, and then the selling price will be decided. Now what if I was estimating 50 students, and accordingly I started charging the fees also, but unfortunately only 30 students came. You were estimating 50, accordingly you fix the rate, and now it is only 30. The cost you were planning to recover from those 20 students, now you will have to bear that from your own pocket. See, if it was known to me that only 30 students will come, then I would have decided the rate by dividing 30. Dividing it by 30. Can you estimate, can you forecast the future with 100% efficiency? No. So that is the risk in business. Risk always comes from uncertainty. Risk always comes from uncertainty. And in business you have a lot of uncertainties. Therefore the business is risky. Is that clear? Now what happens, I was thinking that 50 students will come, and 80 students actually came for the admission. From the first 50 students only, I will be able to recover my fixed cost. Because if 30 extra students come, I will have to bear the cost of notes, etc. The variable cost only I need to recover. The fixed cost is already recovered from the first 50 students. Why? No notes to them. I was estimating 50. Yeah. I will, yeah, only the fixed cost I have to pay from my own pocket, not variable cost. Yeah. See, a businessman is not afraid of the variable cost. Because when production is there, when sale is there, then only variable cost will be incurred. Is that clear? The businessman is always afraid of the fixed expenses. If I don't get desired number of units, how will I pay the rent, the salary, the electricity bill, the interest? Variable cost is always dependent on production. If you produce, if you sell, then only variable cost will be incurred. If there is no sale, there is no demand, you will not be incurring the variable cost. Variable cost can be avoided, but fixed cost cannot be avoided. So you have to anyhow recover your fixed expenses. And what we do initially, before even starting the year, we initially estimate how much fixed cost we are going to incur in this year. We divide that by number of units that we are going to sell. That is also estimated. And then we come to a rate. Variable cost plus this much fixed cost. This is my total cost. Is that clear? Now if you get more strength, if you get more number of students, if you are able to sell more number of units, you will be able to recover more than your cost amount. Obviously profit to you are getting also. Profit to you are getting. You will be able to recover more. Let us say your variable cost is 20,000. For us, the variable cost is 20,000. The fixed cost is 30,000 per student. So the cost comes out to 50,000. 10,000 is our profit margin, and the fees accordingly is set to be 60,000. Now, if I get the desired number of students, let us say 50, entire fixed cost now 30,000 into 50 students, how much? $15 lakhs. 30,000 into 50. 15 lakhs, no? Let us say my fixed cost for a batch is 15 lakhs. I was estimating that how many students will come? 50. So I have to recover this 15 lakhs from 50 students. 15 lakhs divided by 50 students. The rate is 30,000 rupees per student. Now, whenever one admission will happen, what I will do? I will recover 30,000 rupees from him as the fixed cost. Is that clear? From every admission I will recover 30,000 as fixed cost, 20,000 as my variable cost, and 10,000 is my profit. I will make a total recovery of 60,000. So if a student comes, he gives me 60,000, I have recovered my variable cost, I have recovered my fixed cost, that share of fixed cost, and I have recovered the profit also. Yesterday I told you, in the first lecture also I told you, sale is what? Sale is recovery of all expenses. When the moment sale is made, you have recovered the expenses along with profit. So see, you keep on getting the admissions, you are recovering 30,000 rupees from each student. The moment you get 50th admission, into 30,000 you were charging from each admission, entire 15 lakhs of fixed cost has been recovered now. Now I am safe. The rent that I have to pay, the salary that I have to pay, the electricity bill that I have to pay, I have recovered that much amount from students. Now I can easily pay my fixed expenses. Is that clear? Now I am safe from losses. Safe from losses. Now, after 50th admission, 51st student comes, I will charge 60 only. I have recovered 20,000 against variable cost and 40,000 against. Now my profit margin has jumped to 40,000 per student, because the fixed cost has already been recovered. Now over and above variable cost, whatever you are getting, it is all profit. Is that clear? So initially the profit margin is low. Initially the profit margin is low. But when you sell required number of units, after that whatever sale you are making, it is minus variable cost, everything is then profit. That is why it is important to sell more number of units. If you will be selling lesser number of units, you will be only recovering your cost. You are not getting enough profit. You will get enough profit only when you are selling more number of units. See, I was charging 10,000 rupees as profit from first 20 students. After first 50 students. After 50th, my profit margin has increased to 40,000, 4 times. But for that, you should be able to cross 50 admissions. Therefore, it is very important to sell more in business. Is it clear? So how to calculate room days? We were in hotel industry. How to find out room days now? Come on, look here. How many rooms the hotel has? Let us say, how many rooms? 50. For how many days the hotel operates? In a year. Let us say 360. Okay? But do you think entire 50 rooms will be occupied throughout the year? No. For me, let us say my occupancy rate is only 60%. 60% means only on an average 60% of the rooms are occupied. Sometimes it is 100% also. Sometimes it may be 20% or 30% also. The average comes out to 50 rooms into 60%, 30 rooms. So for me, the number of rooms are only 30. On an average, every day 30 rooms are occupied. Every day 30 rooms. On an average, every day I am selling 30 units. It is like every day I am selling, but the sales every day is not same. In business, the sale every day is not same. We are taking what? Average sales. We are taking what? Every day 30 rooms. Some day it may be 50. Some day it might be 20 only or 10 only. But I have taken average. 30 rooms is my average. I am selling 30 rooms every day into 360 days. What is my total sale for the year? 10,800. So that is how room days are calculated. Number of rooms into number of days. But take only those rooms which are occupied. So ultimately then you will have to multiply by something known as occupancy percentage. Is that clear? You have 50 rooms. That doesn't mean that entire 50 rooms are sold every day. You will take only those units which are sold. Is it clear? So how to calculate room days? Tell me now. Number of rooms into number of days into occupancy percentage. Is it clear? Okay. You can say number of rooms into occupancy percentage into days also. Because multiplication 2 into 3 or 3 into 2, the answer is same only. Only one calculation is needed in this chapter, in this category, this sector, room days. Once you are done with this calculation, then you will make a cost sheet for this business. It is known as operating cost sheet. Cost incurred to operate this hotel business. Now when you are preparing the operating cost sheet, the cost is divided into two parts. Cost is divided into, in cost sheet, we were dividing the cost into 3 to 4 parts. Factory, admin, selling, and distribution. Is that clear? Now the cost is divided into two parts. That was which classification? Functional classification. Very good. This question can come in MCQ also. Huh? Cost sheet was based on functional classification. What is the function of the company? It is to manufacture and sell. So for manufacturing we need factory. For selling we need warehouse. And then there is administration also. Here the cost will not be divided based on function. The cost is divided on the basis of behavior. On the basis of? The cost sheet is made on the basis of behavioral classification. Which classification? Behavioral classification. And on the basis of behavior, the cost can be classified into two parts here. On the basis of behavior, the cost can be classified into two parts. Which two parts? You will see if I increase my production, how the cost is behaving. Is it changing with production or it is remaining constant? If it is changing with production, it is known to be variable in nature. What? Variable. And if it is not changing along with production, it is constant. It is. So we are dividing all expenses into two categories, fixed and variable. Can you name some of the expenses that this industry incurs? Hotel industry. Electricity, okay. Lighting, electricity. Housekeeping, okay. Housekeeping, there's a guy now who's attending the rooms. Yeah. Room attendant, we call them room attendants. So room attendants wages, that is also an expense. They're like direct workers there. You know, they are attending the rooms, no? Yeah, so they're like direct workers. Yeah. Meal, cooking, meals, food, okay. Food. Or next. I'm asking for expenses. Employees will be there. Let us say manager, receptionist, etc. Yes. And you said electricity, food. That building might be on rent, the hotel building. If it is on rent, then the rent expense. And if it is owned premises, then depreciation. How the hotel building should look from outside? It should look great. Yes or no? Name board should also be there. How it should look from inside? Inside also it should look good. There has to be some good interior. Yes or no? So a license is also required. So some of the expenses like repair and maintenance. In hotel sector, your building should be looking good. So repair and maintenance. There has to be good interior decoration expense. And furniture ka depreciation, the depreciation of the furniture. Bed, furniture, na bed is also furniture. CCTVs. CCTV in the room. Reception. Galleries. Okay. Lobby, na, that hotel lobby. Yeah. Welcome board, okay. Okay, that is cost, part of interior cost. So there is interior, there is repair and maintenance, there is electricity, you said food and license, depreciation, insurance, okay. Okay. Wait. He said towel. So whenever a room is booked, they change the towel, the blankets, the bed sheet, pillow covers, etc. Okay, so there is a lot of laundry expenses are there. In hotel business now, laundry expense is a major expense. Every day, let us say 30 to 40 rooms are occupied. So every day for 30 to 40 rooms, they have to change the towel, the blanket, the bed sheet, etc. So laundry expenses are also a big expense there. I was expecting that. He's letting his intentions come out, huh? He's taking the name of Romeo. See that the shampoo and soap are complimentary, you can take it. But towels, bed sheet, pillow covers, you're not allowed to take that home, okay? Telephone also people put inside the bag, yeah. Telephone also. They just remove the wire and put the telephone in that bag. I think it was in Indonesia or Malaysia something. One Indian guy was there. He was coming out from a hotel room. The staff there checked his bag. You know, he was carrying, he was actually had taken the towel, bed sheet, pillow cover, telephone, the spoon, spoon also, spoon, plate, etc. His bag was full. Therefore, they had the doubt, no, why the bag is so full. They checked the bag. He just left TV inside the hotel room. That's it. TV and the bed. AC remote. AC remote, they take the cell out from the remote. They take the cell. See, we cannot take the remote. So, they take the cell. The cell from the watch, clock, wall clock. That is why the banks, you see, if you go to the banks, they have the pen tied, in the table. Because people used to steal that pen also. Yeah. So, some people are used to that. After signing, they keep the pen in the pocket. But there was a new trick. People were taking the refill. Even if the pen is tied, they were opening the pen, taking the refill out. Now they are using that use and throw pen. So you cannot take the refill also. Okay. So in cost sheet we will have only two types of expenses, fixed and variable. He will kill one of you, huh? Most probably it will be you only. Total cost plus profit. Okay? The revenue, the collection, the sale, we call it total takings. Total takings. Total takings is then divided by number of units to get selling price per unit. The room rent, the rent per unit. Per unit means per room per day. So we'll divide this by room days. You will get rent per room day. Is that clear? So this is the cost sheet. In variable cost, you will have 3 to 4 expenses. Fixed cost, you will have 3 to 4 expenses. You'll add those expenses, add profit, you'll get total takings, divide by number of room days, you will get rent per room day. So this is what hotel sector is all about. You can write now. Is it done? We have 2 questions on hotel sector. Done? Completed? Okay. First question is question number 2, I think. Yes, question number 2. Page number 177, question number 2. Come on, let us start. You have to read the question carefully. This is an exam question. This is an exam question. It has already come in the exam for 10 marks. A lodging home is being run in a small hill station with 100 single rooms. The home offers concessional rates during 6 off-season months in a year. 6 off-season months in a year. Underline 6 off-season months in a year. So for how many months there is season basically? 6 months. 6 months season, 6 months off season. And in the off season, the hotel is offering 50% discount. See, the home offers concessional rates during 6 off season months in a year. During this period, half of the full room rent is charged. During this period means during off season, only half of the full room rent is charged. So let us say in season we are charging 4,000 rupees. So in off season we will charge only 2,000 rupees. The management's profit margin is targeted at 20% of the room rent. Underline 20% of the room rent. Room rent is what? The sale basically, collection. So this is 20% on sale. The following are the cost estimates and other details for the year ending on 31st March 2017. Underline for the year ending 31st March 2017. First, occupancy during the season is 80%, while in the off season it is only 40%. So we have in total how many rooms in this lodging home? 100 rooms, but in season only 80 rooms are occupied, and in off season only 40 rooms are occupied. Correct? So in season it can be said that we are selling 80 units every day. In off season we are able to sell only 40 units. The sales drops to half, 50%. And then add to that, you are charging only 50% of the fees, rent also. So in off season, company is just surviving. The sale has gone down from 80% to 40%. The rate, the selling price has also gone down to 50%. So they are charging half amount. Also the number of units sold is also half. Season 80, off season only 40. The sales quantity has dropped to half. The rate is also, we are charging half rate. So in off season basically we are just trying to survive. See, hotel sector, this is very common. They earn all profits in season time only. Off season is only for survival. Okay. See, in life also we are enjoying only on few days, like 10 to 15 days in a year. Some festivals, like that only. Rest 300 or 350 days. We are just surviving to live for those 15 days. Yes or no? So hotel is also surviving in the off season, and they are trying to earn profits in season time. Total investment in the home is 200 lakhs, of which 80% relates to buildings and 20% for. So total we have made an investment of 200 lakhs. 80% means how much? 160 lakhs is incurred to building, for the building, and balance 40 lakhs is for furniture and equipments. Other expenses: staff salary excluding the room attendant 5,50,000, repairs to building 2,61,000, laundry charges 80,000, interior 1,75,000, and miscellaneous means other expenses 1,90,800. It might be cleaning expenses, etc. Okay. Annual depreciation is to be provided at the rate 5% on building and 15% on furniture and equipment on straight line basis. Room attendants are paid rupees 10 per room day on the basis of occupancy of the rooms in a month. So room attendants are not paid a fixed salary here. They are paid 10 rupees for every room. So let us say a room attendant attends 15 rooms in a day. He will get 150 rupees. So his payment is variable. Someday he attends only 5 rooms. He will get 5 into 10, 50 rupees only. Is that clear? So the salary, the wages of room attendant depends on occupancy of the rooms. Is that clear? So his wages will be fixed cost or variable cost? Variable cost. Monthly lighting charges are rupees 120 per room. Now this adjustment is very, very important. This is, you can say, 3-star adjustment. I'm not giving it 5-star. Only 3-star. 3-star means you can still solve it. 5-star would have been out of your reach. But only 3-star means some of you might be able to get the answer also. You know, when we are reading a question, when we are solving something, we have an added pressure, like we are in CA Inter. Okay, I don't know how the paper will come. We are not thinking about the question only. We are thinking about a lot of other things. When you are reading a question now, just think about the question. Assume it, you are in that situation. It is your business how you will calculate the answer. And this is day-to-day, expenses only here. For this monthly lighting charges calculation now, there is no rule, there is no formula required here. It is all common sense. That's it. So it is a 3-star adjustment. You have to read the adjustment carefully, please. Monthly lighting charges are 120 rupees per room. But tell me, the lighting expenses will be incurred only for those rooms which are occupied, obviously. The rooms which are not occupied, the lighting expense will not be incurred for that room. Okay? So it is only for those rooms which are occupied. In season, 80 rooms are occupied. In off season, 40 rooms are occupied. So monthly lighting charges are 120 rupees per room. This is monthly, okay? Except in 4 months in winter, when it is 30 rupees per room. So 4 months the electricity bill is only, remaining 8 months 120 rupees per room. And this cost is on the basis of full occupancy for a month. Means if a room is occupied during the whole month, you will incur 120 rupees as the lighting expense. So basically we have to take only those rooms which are occupied. Which are not occupied, you have to ignore it. You are required to work out the room rent chargeable per day, both during season and during Off season. If in season, let us say the room rent comes out to 2000, off season it will be 1000 only. Is that clear? Now winter, you have to be sure whether winter is season or off season for a hill station. For hill stations, the season months are basically of summer. In summers, we go to hill station because the temperature there is lesser than cities. Okay, the temperature generally drops. If you have a hill station nearby your location also now, the location generally drops around 5-6%, 10%. There's a difference. If in cities the temperature is maximum 30, there the temperature will be around maximum 24, 23, etc. So temperature drops in the hill stations. That is why people prefer hill station in the summers. So winter in that case is off season. Now many of you were saying that winter is season. See, for us, we have such a huge population. Every month is a season now. You go to a tourist place, it is always crowded. Be it season or off season. It is always crowded here. Off season also you'll see crowd. Season though there is only traffic jam. Can you name some of the popular hill stations which are there in India? Ooty. Okay. Lonavala in Mumbai. Mahabaleshwar. You are from south only, no? Mother. 12 years. Okay. Mumbai. So you miss Vada Pav here? Yes or no? He's missing Vada Pav here. Pani Puri? Overrated, you know what? The taste is really good. Taste is good. It is something different. Taste is good. The spices, green chutney, and we have sweet chutney and sukha lasun chutney is there. Taste is good, but it is not healthy because it is fried. Plus you have the pav, which is of maida. So I ignore it because it is not healthy. At the same time, idli, mendu vada, idli dosa is healthy option here. You know, people in Maharashtra, Mumbai also, they in morning they prefer idli and mendu vada only. Idli mendu vada only. They have then upma. Poha is also popular there in breakfast. So we as Maharashtrian, there also we love South Indian food. For breakfast, it is the best option. Idli, dosa and mendu vada. Taste differs. Yeah. See what happens in Mumbai. We get all varieties. We get South Indian food also, Maharashtrian food, North food, whatever you say. But I tried dosa here. I'm staying here at CIT Nagar. It is closed. I think 1 to 2 kilometers only. So I tried dosa. It was nice. They put ghee and some pudi, that red color chili powder is that. It was also very tasty. It is not just chili powder. There is something mixed in that. Okay. So it was nice. Yesterday I tried rava ghee, rava masala dosa. It was nice. So from 2 days I am having dosa, idli, mendu vada and rice only. And it is good. He's coming straight to the question. Right, yeah. Who's paying for that? No, he has understood the costing very well. Something. Great. You must be calculating cost and Arey, we have a good friendship here. Okay. So we have to find out the rent to be charged in season and in off season. Now tell me, season if you are charging 2000, in off season it will be half 1000. So if a room is occupied in the season and if the same room is occupied in the off season, is it same for us for the hotel? It is not. Season you earn double, off season half. So there's a problem in this question. But before coming to that, I would like to know the answer of this adjustment. Monthly lighting charges in a month is rupees 120. In season, how many rooms are occupied? Season, how many rooms are occupied? 80. Off season, 40 rooms only. What is the lighting charges per room per month? 120 rupees. But in winter, which is off season, the electricity bill drops to 30 rupees per month. But winter is only there for 4 months. Okay. Now you have to calculate what will be annual lighting charges. Annual lighting charges for the hotel. You have to get the answer. Annual lighting charge. Everyone has to try. I want annual amount. 81,600 is wrong. A lot of guys get 81,600. Annual amount. No. For the hotel, entire all 80 rooms, all 40 rooms occupied together. I want to know total annual lighting charges. Total annual lighting charges. Forget that you are in CA Inter. Just read the adjustment. It is basic calculation. You have to get the answer. No, it is too much. It is under 1 lakh. 81,600 is wrong. Under 1 lakh. 72 is right. 72,000. 81,600 is wrong. You have made a mistake there. 72,000 is right. Now, let us see how to start here. Winter is only for 4 months. Remaining 2 months, it is in off season, but other than winter months. Yes, the room occupancy will be 40 only, but the lighting charges will be 120 per room. Okay, let us start. Now listen. I am trying to give you a method of how to approach the question and how to solve the question. When you see a question on hotel sector, first calculation should be room days. First calculation should be of room days. For room days, we will have to bifurcate this in two parts. We have something called as season time and then off season time. Why I am doing separate calculation? Because the occupancy during season and off season is not same. Is that clear? You have how many rooms in this lodging home? 100 rooms. But only how many rooms are occupied? 80%, means 80 rooms. So for me the daily sale is only 80 units, 80 rooms. Into the season will last for 6 months. 6 months means 30 days into 6 months, 180 days. Is that clear? Everyone? Are you sure? So 80 rooms every day for 180 days. What is your total sales here for season time? On season time. Come on. No. 14,400. Off season also, the hotel has 100 rooms only, but the occupancy will drop to. So in off season they are able to sell only 40 rooms every day, and off season will also last for 6 months. How much? 7,200. So total room days is 21,600. But there is a problem here. Yesterday we were trying a question of a cost sheet where there was super pen and normal pen. Company was producing two types of pens. So we cannot simply add season room days and off season room days. They are both different. Season, you get double revenue. Off season is only half. You cannot add both of them. They are not same for the for the hotel. For hotel, if one room is occupied in season time, and if the same room is occupied in the off season time, it is not same. Because the rate is not same. So whenever company is charging differential rate, there will be one extra calculation here. What? See, what we have to find out? We have to find out rent per room day. Yes or no? Rent per room day. So what we will do? We will calculate total takings. Divide this by total room days to get rent per room day. But when you are taking room days, you cannot just simply add these two numbers. They cannot be added. They both have different values. Season time has more value. Off season less value, only half. So you have to first make them equal so that you can add them. And for that we need to convert off season room days into season room days, or season room days into off season room days. You can prefer anything, but both should be same. Either all off season, all room days of off season, or all room days for season. The next calculation, every time the company is charging different rate, next calculation should always be equivalent room days. Which room days? Equivalent room days. And now I am calculating equivalent season room days. Equivalent season room days. So I am converting off season room days into season room days. Is that clear? Now see, we have calculated room days. Season it is 14,400. Off season it is only 7,200. They are not equal. They are not equal. Now tell me what ratio I should allot here. Weightage 2:1. Season 2 off season 1. Season 2 off season 1. But when you are converting off season into season or season into off season, what you will do, if off season you are taking 1, this will be 2. But I am converting all room days into season. So I will take season as 1. The term in which you are trying to convert all other numbers, that should be considered as 1 base. So if in off season I am charging 1 rupee, a season in 1 rupee, off season I will charge only half, concessional rate, half. So these 7,200 rooms which are occupied in off season actually have a value around 3,600 room days only. Why? Because we are charging only half the amount. I told you, in off season our occupancy drops, but to make the matter worse, along with occupancy, the selling price is also dropping. So that 7,200 units, 7,200 room days, when you consider the selling price, is actually equal to 3,600 only. You get the point what I am trying to say? Okay. So 7,200 will be converted into season room days. It is 3,600. Season, obviously we are keeping season only, so this will remain 14,400 only. Now 14,400 plus 3,600, we will get equivalent which room days? Season. $18,000. Is this clear, everyone? Now you will say that there are only season room days. There are only season room days. That is 18,000. You will calculate the rate also for season room day. And at the end, you have to just multiply that rate by 0.5. You will get off season. Is it clear? When you will calculate equivalent room days, when this working note is required, when price is different, correct? So when differential rate is charged. Yes? But this is not for lighting charges. I am calculating number of units to calculate selling price per unit. Rent per room day, not for lighting. Okay? Lighting, so it is very simple. 80 rooms into 120 rooms, 120 rupees into 6 months. Then 40 rooms into 120 into 2 months. Then 40 into 30 into 4 months. You'll get 72,000. That's it. There is no, there is no inter-level knowledge is required for this calculation. That lighting charges. What is the problem with us? When we open the books now, we just shut our brains. the moment you open the book, you're not thinking about the logics, the common sense. You're only thinking about the formula, some format. You're only thinking about that topic. That's the problem. In CA, whatever you're studying now, law, let's say, you'll study law subject. You'll study auditing subject. You'll study tax. All these subjects are practical. It is not just there in the book. You have to be logical. You have to connect that concept with practical life experiences. See, the book is there. We need to know, the provisions, etc. That is fine. But at the same time, our common sense, the logical thinking, that is also required. Is that clear? Electricity bill calculation is very easy here. For 6 months the bill is 120 rupees. For 4 months it is 30 rupees. For remaining 2 months of off season, which is not winter, the bill will increase to 120. But the number of rooms are only 40. Simple. You get the numbers. It is given in the question. We have some limitations. Now we are having some limitations. Otherwise, you'll have to see which is leap year and then non-leap year. Which month is 31 days, having February is 28 days. That will get little confusing. Okay? Huh? Yeah. And that is exactly what we can't do here. We have a limited time. We have limited data. With that, we have to solve the question. It is for us to, know the method. Actually, the answer is not main thing. It is the method. If you learn the method, then you can apply it in detail also. Yes. So season plus off season, total equivalent season room days are 18,000. Now, third working note. Is lighting charges. Off season, first season I'll first take the season time. Season is of 6 months. Winter is not in the season, huh? Winter is in off season. Season, how many rooms are occupied? 100 rooms into 80% means 80 rooms. So electricity bill will be incurred, electricity charges will be incurred only for those 80 rooms. Monthly bill amount is 120 rupees. 80 rooms into 120 rupees into 6 months. How much? 57,600. Off season now. Off season you have to divide in 2 parts, huh? First winter and then other months. Winter is of only 4 months. So remaining 2 months are not winter time, okay? In winters we have off season we have occupancy drop to 40%, sorry. Only 40 rooms are occupied. And off season plus winter, this combination off season plus winter where the occupancy is only 40 and lighting charges drops to 30 rupees. So 40 rooms into 30 rupees. And this will go on for 4 months. 4,800. Okay? Then once winter is over, but you are still in off season only. So 100 into 40 rooms, 40%. But the bill amount will be 120 now. because winter time is gone. 2 months. $72,000. Is that clear? So those who were getting 81,600, how you got 81,600? 81,600 how? 6 months. So you took 40 rooms into 6. The answer should be less than. Eight. I think 8 months they have taken. Oh wait. 100 rooms into 120, 80 rooms into 120 into 8 months. Take 80 rooms into 120 into 8 months. How much? 76,800 plus 4,800. That is how you guys got 81,600. A lot of guys make this mistake. I told you 81,600. 4 months winter, 8 months season you made, but season is only of 6 months. So 2 months have to be other months in off season only. Okay. And next working note is of depreciation. Actually we don't need working note for this. It's a simple calculation. Building and furniture. What is the cost of building? 200 into 80%, 160 lakhs. 200 into 20%. What is the rate of depreciation? Is it clear? Okay, so we have written all the adjustments. Now next we have to prepare the cost sheet. Okay, you can write the working note first. 10 o'clock. So where were you staying there in Mumbai? Mulund. Central line. Western line. Yeah. No, no. Yeah. So you must be having your friends there. Okay. Parents are there only. Okay. Okay, is it done? Two hundred. 200 into 10%. 80% is there, no? For it is 20%. Sorry. 80% expenses incurred in the building, and balance in furniture and equipment. Okay, done. Then it is variable. Yeah, but actually furniture and etc. are depreciated over time. Actually, yeah. Then it will become variable. Then they will give some information like based on room days, maybe. Yeah. Okay, let us start with the cost sheet now. Operating cost, we have variable and fixed cost. First, I'll write the fixed cost. Listen, expenses are already given to you, okay? Guys, can we start? Okay. Staff salary is there, 5,50,000. Staff salary is fixed. Then we have repairs to building. Two lakh 61,000. Laundry is not fixed, huh? Laundry charges are always variable. It is given na 80,000. We have to classify whether it is variable or fixed. Laundry is variable. The rooms which are not occupied, we will not be incurring laundry charges for those. Okay. So laundry charges are variable. Lighting is variable. Room attendants wages is variable. All other expenses are fixed. So there is interior. Interior how much? 1,75,000. Then we have miscellaneous. Miscellaneous means other expenses. It is how much? 1,90,800. Then we have depreciation also. Depreciation first, building. Then furniture and equipment. Building depreciation was 8 lakhs, correct? Yeah. Furniture it was 6 lakhs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now depreciation is also done. Done. Now variable cost. Now what are expenses we are having in variable cost? Laundry charges. Laundry charges how much? 80,000. Next, room attendants wages. Can you please calculate the amount yearly? This is how much? 21,600 into 10 rupees. 2,16,000. Be it season or off season, we are paying him 10 rupees per room per day. Then we have lighting charges. $72. We have already made a working note for this, correct? Now, all expenses are done. You can look at the question. I think all the expenses must be done now. We'll get total cost now. Plus the profit margin. $29,44,800. How much profit the company wants? On sale, on the room rent. Profit margin is 20% of the room rent. Means taking 20, this is 100, cost 80. Now you have to cross multiply. 29 lakh 44,800 is 80%. Then 100% is how much? 36 lakh 81,000. Correct? Then the profit amount 7 lakh 200. Okay. We have to find out what? Rent per room day. So rent per room day season is equal to 36,81,000 divided by 18,000. We have converted the off-season room days into season room days. So now it means that we have only one type of room days, season. The rate also will calculate for season. It is 204.5. So if you are charging 204.5 rupees in season time, what will be the room rent in off season then? Our target is half of this. You are offering concessional rate. Now very easily you will be able to recover entire 36,81,000. If you want to verify, just look at here. See, room days are 14,400 season, correct? And 7,200 off season. Multiply this, you will get 36,81,000. Multiply and then add. Don't write. Use your calcs. Get the answer. Is it 3681? You will be able to recover 36,81,000. Okay. So this is a process that we follow when companies charging differential rate. And in hotel sector it is very common, because they generally have different types of rooms also. So the rates always differ. Let us say single room, double room, triple room. So single room rent and double room rent, both will not be same. So what the hotel will do, they will convert. Yes, deluxe room is there. We call it suites. Suites. Okay. Suites bolte. We call it suites. Is this understood, everyone? One more question then. Similar question. Just 10 minutes. Huh? Arey, it will. Just one question, then we'll take the break. Okay. Next question is question number 3. It's a small question. Huh? No, not much working notes are there in this question. Come on. Let us read the question. Last question before the break. Let's cheer up, guys. We are getting the break after this. ABC Hospital runs a critical care unit in a hired building. CCU consists of 35 beds and 5 more beds can be added if required. If the flow of patient is more and those 35 beds are already occupied, what you will do? You will add 5 more beds. Rent per month of the building is 75,000. Fix. Supervisors, 2 persons, 25,000 rupees per month each. Salary is fixed. Nurses, 4 persons, 20,000 rupees per month each. Fix. Ward boys, 4 persons, 5,000 rupees per month each. Fix. Doctors are paid rupees 2,50,000 per month, but they are paid on the basis of number of patients attended and the time spent by them on the patient. Why this information is given? Because doctor's payment is then variable. If it is paid on the basis of number of patients and time spent by the doctor, it is variable in nature. If in some month the flow of patient is very less, the doctors will get less payment. Okay. Other expenses for the year are as follows. Repairs 81,000 fixed. Food to patients variable. Other services to patients, other services like they do tests and etc. No, when a patient is admitted into the hospital, they do various tests etc. like ECG, blood tests, the scannings etc. So that is also variable. Laundry charges variable. In case of hospital also we have laundry charges. It is somewhat similar to the hotel business, like bed sheet etc. The dress that they give to the patients, or to look like a patient, then you have to wear that dress. But that it is very comfortable to them. Like medicines variable. Other expenses nothing mentioned. By default other miscellaneous you take fixed. Administration means office expenses allocated. Allocated means distributed. Office expenses, office expenses are always fixed. Office. Hospitals also have office, huh? Nowadays hospitals are 5-star hospitals, 7-star hospitals. They are like hotels. They have package system. Yes. They are offering package system. 5 lakh rupees for this package. So you'll get good luxury room. There will be AC, television. That is act of God. God was willing, He was willing to take you. So you're gone. Doctor cannot do much. They make you sign the form. Not the patient. Patient was obviously the relatives. You have to sign the form. Then only they'll operate. So you have given the right. If anything happens to the patient, you are not responsible. I will see. Now, the way we were calculating room days for hotels, we are going to calculate bed days or patient days for hospitals. Is that clear? Now, it was estimated that 150 days in a year, 35 beds are occupied. 35 beds are occupied, means 35 beds are sold. 35 units are sold. We are selling 35 units every day for 150 days. Total how many units? Multiply. 5250. Then for 80 days only 25 beds are occupied. For 80 days only 25 beds are occupied. So 25 beds into 80 days, 2000. Is that clear? The information is not given about remaining days, so we are ignoring it. Is that clear? The hospital also hired 750 beds at a charge of 100 rupees per bed per day. Why the hospital need to hire a bed? When they will hire a bed? When, see, it is given in the question that the hospital has capacity of 35 beds. So there are only 35 beds in the hospital. But let us say if 36th patient comes, we will add more, no? So from where we will get those beds? We will hire those beds. Hospital has 35 beds only. But if required, they will hire beds, they will add it to the ward. Is that clear? So, is it clear everyone? Are you getting the question? Hospital has 35 beds. So 35 beds, basically they are owning. But if required, if the flow of patient is more, they will hire beds. Let us say the patient stays for 3 days. So they will hire for 3 days, they will pay the charges, and after 3 days, they will return the bed. Is that clear? So they have in total hired how many beds? 750 beds. But only 5 more beds can be added now. So how they hired 750 beds? It is for the entire year. Someday they might have had 2 beds, someday 3 beds, someday only 1 bed, someday 5 beds. Is that clear? That is how total comes to 750 beds. See, it is written there. The hospital hired 750 beds at a charge of rupees 100 per bed per day to accommodate the flow of patients. However, this does not exceed more than 5 extra beds over and above the normal capacity of 35 beds on any day. We have not hired more than 5 beds because that is the maximum capacity that we can hire. So we have hired 5 beds in a day. Let us say next day we have hired only 4, sometimes 3 beds, sometimes 1 bed. Total is 750. And we are charging, we are paying 100 rupees per bed as higher charges. Yes. See, this is the capacity this hospital has. 150 days, 35 beds are occupied. 80 days, only 25 beds are occupied. Okay? And this is then extra. 750 beds they have also hired. So, this is already there, plus then hired beds. Remaining no. When you will hire the beds? Only when the all 35 beds, when the capacity is fully occupied, you don't have any beds now vacant, then you will hire extra beds. Now it has only happened in 150 days that all 35 beds are occupied. So you must have hired those 5 beds during this time only. Is that clear? When all 35 beds were occupied, you needed to hire more beds then. See, when only 25 beds are occupied, you already have 10 beds vacant here. Why will you hire then beds from outside when the hospital still has 10 beds? Why? No. But when we will hire the beds? Yes, then only we will hire. It means during that time total occupancy was 40 patients. It means during that time total occupancy was 40 patients. Hospitals all 35 beds are occupied, plus 5 more beds they have hired also. So total number of patients during that time 40. 35 beds of the hospital plus 5 hired beds also. Full capacity plus they are hiring also. Is that clear? Yeah. It happens, no? Sometimes there is season, people fall sick during rainy season, yeah, COVID period also. Dengue happens, yeah. When, the rain stops, generally when the rain stops, after 10-15 days or 2-3 weeks, dengue starts spreading. Those mosquitoes are born in, I think, clean water, no? Dengue mosquitoes. Yeah. A normal mosquito does not causes you dengue. Huh? It is a special mosquito. Female. But that is malaria, na? Malaria is something different than dengue. Malaria is, in that case, those female mosquitoes. See, if they are, you know, see, we are like happy if you are coming, you just suck the blood and then go. Why are you causing dengue and malaria? We are happy to give our blood. No, I am saying to that female mosquito. You need to become that doctor. Those doctors who are for animals. What do you call them? Ah. Then catch some mosquitoes and check whether they are female or male. Okay. Now we have to complete this. Come on. You are required to calculate profit. Come on. Profit per patient day if the hospital recovers on an average 2000 rupees per day from each patient. They are recovering 2000 rupees per day from each patient. Okay, if the patient stays for 10 days, total bill will be 20,000 rupees. Is that clear? Although it is a scam, they say 2000 rupees per bed, but then they add medicine charges, doctor's visit charges, nurses visit charges also. Bed charges is 2000. Plus then they add doctor's visit, medicine, okay, the scan, etc. After adding all those expenses now, the bed charges is only 2000, but the overall expense comes to 10,000 rupees a day because of those visits of doctors. Even if the doctors, he's there at the door, he's looking from outside whether the patient is sleeping peacefully. Yes, that will be considered as a visit. He has visited the patient. Patient was sleeping. Everything is fine. He will add 2000 rupees per visit. Visit is even if he crosses from there now. He will ask you, are you fine, Maz? Are you fine? You'll say yes. Added as a visit. If you see the doctor now, just turn around. I don't want to look at you. That will cost you 2000 rupees, that hi hello. Okay. This is question number 3. Whenever a question comes on hospital sector, your first working note will be not room days here, bed days or patient days. Bed days or patient days. It is bad days for the patient, but for hospital it is good days, happy days. And they always want to extend that happy days. Those happy days they want to extend. So beds into days. $35 beds we are selling daily. Yes or no? For how many days? 150. Hired I will add additionally. How much? 5250. 25 beds for 80 days. 2000. Plus we have extra hired beds also. 750. So total sale, total bed days comes out to 8000 bed days. Okay, there's no working note required after this. Just make the cost sheet and get profit amount. Unlike the previous question, here the revenue is also given. That we are charging 2000 rupees per patient per day. So we don't have to calculate that rate. In this question we have to find out the profit amount. And profit is always sales minus cost. So you'll start from revenue minus cost, you'll get profit. Is that clear? What with? He has so much doubts in, that's a good sign actually. But sometimes everyone needs break. So after this question we are getting the break, okay? Okay. Now the revenue 8,000 bed days, no? 8,000 bed days, that is 8,000 units basically. Into, we are charging 2,000 rupees per bed per day. So into 2,000 rupees. The total revenue collected by the hospital during the year comes out to 1 crore 60 lakhs. You need to deduct all the expenses from this to find out the profit. Now we are first deducting the variable cost. You have done this leverage topic? So you must be knowing sales minus variable cost gives you contribution, then minus fixed cost. EBIT. EBIT here is the profit amount, operating profit. Okay. So under variable cost we have first doctor's fees. Doctors, we are paying on an average 2,50,000 rupees per month to them into 12 months. ₹30 lakhs. Next, see, rent is fixed, supervisors and all salaries are fixed. Next is food to patients. You'll write the amount also. Then other services to patients. Next, laundry charges. After laundry charges, we have medicines expense. Medicines. Any other variable cost, guys? Any other variable cost that the hospital has incurred during the year? Come on. I think we have one. We have one more variable cost. Bed hire charges. You are hiring the beds. That is variable in nature, no? The bed is required to be hired only when there is flow of patients. It depends on occupancy only. You have hired 750 beds and the charges are 100 rupees. 75,000 this also. Now, from sales, deduct all variable costs. From sales, from revenue, deduct all variable costs to get contribution. To get contribution. How much? 1 crore 3 lakh 95,000. What is this 1 crore 3 lakh 95,000? You call it contribution? What do you mean by contribution? During the year there have been 8,000 patient days sold, correct? This is number of units that we have sold, and we have collected how much? 1 crore 60 lakhs. Out of that 1 crore 60 lakhs that we have collected from patients, we have spent some money on patients. Like we have given doctors, we have provided doctors, we have given food to them, medicine, laundry charges, etc. It is all incurred on patients. It is all incurred for the patients. You know the variable cost is also known as products cost. Variable cost is products cost. It is directly incurred for that product. It is directly incurred for the patients. So I have collected 1 crore 60 lakhs from the patients. I have spent some money on them, and I am left with now how much? 1 crore 3 lakh 95,000. So this is the amount that I am earning from patients. During the year from patients I have earned 1 crore 3 lakh 95,000. Now from this, whatever amount you have collected from earned from patients, from this you will pay off your fixed expenses. Less fixed expenses. Now whatever expenses are left, you can put it in fixed cost. We have rent, which is 75,000 per month. Okay, so 75,000 into 12, total comes to 9 lakhs. Yes. Second, we have salaries. So salaries में first is supervisors. Two persons into 25,000, 50,000 monthly, then into 12 months. Why? All these expenses, what you are saying? You have only see, although beds are occupied for only 230 days, salary also you will pay for 230 days. Salary, come on. Array, the salary to nurses, even if the beds are not occupied, they will get the salary. Yes or no? Fixed. Come on. How much? 6 lakhs. Next, nurses, 4% into 20,000 into 12 months. 80 into 12, 960. Yes. Next we have ward boys. How many? 4 individuals. 4 into 5,000 into 12 months. Okay, so rent is done. Now salaries is done. Nurses, supervisor, ward boys, doctors, payment is variable, so we have already recorded that. Now what is left is repairs, admin and other expenses, correct? Right, repairs, how much? 81,000. Then other expenses 10 lakh 80, admin 10 lakhs. Now from contribution deduct all fixed costs also to get profit. ₹64 lakh 34,000. Is everybody getting same answer? You have to verify. Are you getting the same answer? 64,34,000. No. 55 lakh. 55 lakh 34. 55 34. Okay. 9 lakh you forgot. Rent. Is it correct? Question is asking you to calculate profit per patient day. So what you will do? Total profit divided by patient days. How many patient days? 8,000. You will get profit per patient day. $691.75. So we are making 691.75 rupees from each patient every day. Is that clear? Now the similar kind of question was asked. This was also asked in the exam only. Twice hospital question has come for 10 marks each time. So it is important. Okay. Now you can take the well-deserved break. Okay. Now let us start, guys. Can we? Okay. Now we have seen a question on hotel sector, then hospital. Now we are starting with transportation sector. In transport sector, see, we are going to have passenger transport and goods transportation. Questions on passenger and goods transportation. So I am first starting with passenger transportation. Yeah, here. Okay. Now listen. Whenever you are getting a question on passenger transport, Praveen, keep the phone aside. That is why they have given you the name. The holy matter. And you were smiling also. Okay. So when there is a question on passenger transport, you will first need to find out. You will first need to find out how many kilometers we are traveling in a period. So we have to find out total kilometers. Okay. Now let us say a company is into this passenger transport business. It has a bus. It has a bus which is running on a route which is, let us say, 50 kilometers apart. Okay. 50 kilometers. So distance traveled is 50 kilometers. Yes. And then there is something called as trips. How many trips in a day we are making? Okay. So we are making, let us say, 4 trips in a day. How many trips? 4 trips in a day. 50 kilometers. Okay. The distance between city A to B. Let us say city A to B. We are running the bus service. It is 50 kilometers apart, and we are making 4 trips every day. Okay. Number of days, working days, let us say we work 25 days in a month. 25 days in a month. Okay. So distance is 50 kilometers. Trips made every day, 4 trips. And how many days in a month? 25 days. How many bus do we have? Only 1 bus. Now you have to tell me, let us say this is about September month only. So you have to tell me in September month, total how many kilometers I am traveling. In September month, total how many kilometers I am traveling? 5,000. Are you sure you are getting 5,000? Answer is not 5,000. $10,000. So 5,000 is wrong. So you have doubled the number. Why 10,000 but? Why not 5,000? Into 8 trips you are saying. See, distance between city A to B is 50 kilometers. One trip means what? You are going from A to B, and then again return journey B to A. That makes 1 trip. Is that clear? Let us say your college from here is 50 kilometers from here. Okay. You have made 1 trip of the college today. You had to go to college due to some work. So you have made a trip of college. A trip means what? You went there and now you have came back. That becomes a trip. So whenever there is a word written there, trip means what? Outward plus return journey. So if the distance is 50 kilometers, to complete a trip we will have to travel total 100 kilometers. Is that clear? 50 kilometers A to B, then again B to A, return 50 kilometers. Let us say I am planning to visit Marina Beach. Okay. It is 10 kilometers from here. Now if I take a trip of Marina Beach, how many kilometers do I need to travel here? Obviously 20. I'll go to Marina Beach then first by traveling 10 kilometers, then I'll come back. That makes a trip. Is that clear? So 4 trips means 4 into 2. 4 into 2. So it effectively becomes 8. Is that clear? 4 times you are going to city B, then again you will come back to city A. So from A to B 50 kilometers, then you will come back 50 kilometers. It makes a trip, and the trip is actually made up of 100 kilometers. Is that clear? Okay. So how do you calculate here total kilometers? You have to just multiply all the numbers. That's it. Yes or no? 1 bus into 50 kilometers into 4 trips into 2. 4 trips into 2 for what? That 2 is for return journey. That 2 is for return journey. And into how many days? 25. You have to just multiply all the numbers. That's it. It is as simple as that. Is it clear? What if I am having 10 buses? Then what will be the total kilometers traveled by all 10 buses combined? 1 lakh kilometers. 10 buses into 50 kilometers into 4 trips into 2 into number of days 25. Is it simple? Is that clear? So whenever you are getting a question on passenger kilometers, first working will be this. Why are we calculating kilometers? How it is useful to us? We will have to calculate passenger kilometers, number of units. Yes or no? We should know for how many kilometers we are running the bus. Then, when the bus is running, there are how many passengers sitting inside the bus. So kilometers into passengers will make it passenger kilometers. See, only running the empty bus will not work. You should have some passengers also, na? But what happens generally, the number of passengers throughout the day, throughout the month, it is not same. So what we are going to take? Average occupancy. The average occupancy of the bus. Let us say on an average 80% of the seats are occupied. So if the bus has capacity of 50 seats, we will take 40 passengers. On an average, there are always 40 passengers in the bus when the bus is running. So total kilometers into 40 passengers, you will get passenger kilometers. Is that clear? So we need to calculate passenger kilometers. For that, we should first know kilometers. And then there is one more reason why we are calculating kilometers. There is one more reason why we are calculating kilometers. Depreciation, tire costs, okay. Repairs, okay. Petrol, main expense, diesel, petrol. Petrol, diesel expense depends on what? Running of the vehicle. Is that clear? So, it depends on total kilometers travel. So, since there is one expense which depends on kilometers, we need to first know how many kilometers we are traveling. So we are calculating total kilometers to find out two answers. First, passenger kilometers. Second, fuel cost. Is that clear? Passenger kilometers and fuel cost. See, why we calculate passenger kilometers? Let us say during September month, I have a bus. During September month, I have incurred a total cost of 8 lakh rupees. How much? 8 lakhs. This 8 lakhs I want to recover from passengers. Yes or no? Now, how to recover this expense? You know that this expense, all passengers that you are carrying, they are not traveling for same number of kilometers. Okay, somebody is buying ticket for 5 kilometers, somebody is buying for 20 kilometers. So you will have to first get cost per kilometer. Cost per, what is the cost incurred to run the bus for 1 kilometer? Let us say during the entire month I have traveled for 4,000 kilometers. How much? So what is my cost per kilometer? Sure? Is it 20? 200. Okay. Now, if the bus runs for 1 kilometer, we have to incur 200 rupees expenditure. What expenses? The driver's salary, conductor's salary, fuel cost, repairs and maintenance, tire tubes, etc. Is that clear? Then we have something called depreciation of the bus. There is garage rent also, where we are parking the buses. That space, for that we must be paying some rent also. So all these expenses combined, 1 kilometer we are incurring how much? 200. Now if the bus runs for 1 kilometer, we need to recover 200 rupees minimum, so that we are able to pay off the expenses. Is that clear? Now, inside the bus, you cannot recover 200 rupees from a single passenger. This 200 rupee is to be recovered from all 40 passengers. Let us say total this is the bus. To run 1 kilometer, to run the bus for 1 kilometer, I am incurring 200 rupees. That 200 rupees from whom I will charge? From the passengers. Now I am looking at 40 passengers here. I have to charge my 200 rupees cost from those 40 passengers. Okay, and 40 passengers will bear the cost of 200 rupees per passenger, 5 rupees. So this 200, see why I am calculating this passenger kilometers. It is all about recovery. How you are going to recover your expenses. The recovery is going to be made on per kilometer basis. Recovery is going to be made on per kilometer basis. So first I converted the cost into per kilometer number. Is that clear? Now the amount that you have to recover, it is not to be recovered from one passenger only. When you are running the bus, when the bus is going for 1 kilometer, there have to be more than one passengers. There are more than one passenger. There are 40 passengers, let us say. So 200 rupees divided by 40 passengers. How much from each passenger? This 200 rupees is per kilometer, na? Yes or no? So now that 5 rupees is basically 5 rupees per passenger per kilometer. From each passenger for 1 kilometer we will charge 5 rupees. So we have to divide the cost twice. The total monthly cost will be divided twice. First by number of kilometers to make it per kilometer cost. Is that clear? Then I am recovering that cost from 40 passengers. Then it will again be divided by number of passengers. So you have to divide your cost first by kilometers and then passengers. Is this understood? Now there's a shortcut. Instead of dividing it twice, what you can do mathematically, number of passengers reciprocal here, it will become 1 upon, yes or no? So kilometers into passenger gets multiplied, and that is how the calculation, that passenger kilometer calculation came into existence. It is a shortcut. Is that clear? Instead of dividing the cost by first kilometers and then by number of passengers, what you can do, you can first calculate kilometers, multiply that by number of passengers, you will get a new answer, new term, which is named as passenger kilometers. Similarly, in an hotel industry, their annual cost, when somebody is coming to the hotel, they want the charges to be of, they want the rate to be of per day. Nobody is coming in the hotel, for staying entire year. People generally come for 1 day or 2 day. So we want the charge to be in per day term, correct? So what the hotel does, they divide their annual cost, divide by number of days. They first calculate what? Cost per day. So what is the cost of operating the business, of running the hotel per day? Per day. Now, let us say the cost comes out to 1 lakh rupees. How much? 1 lakh rupees. The salary, the interior, lighting, etc. is 1 lakh rupees. Now this 1 lakh rupee, anyhow the hotel has to recover from customers every day. Every day they have to recover 1 lakh rupees. Now, let us say on an average, this 1 lakh rupee will be recovered from whom? Customers? Only one customer? Let us say every day we have around 40 customers or 20 customers in our hotel. Every day we have around 20 customers. 20 rooms are occupied every day. So I have to recover this 1 lakh rupees from 20 rooms. It will be 5,000 rupees per day, per room. 20 rooms, no? Per room. And this expense is already per day. So it becomes per room per day. Instead of dividing it first by number of days, then by number of rooms, what you can do? You can multiply number of rooms and number of days and get room days. Instead of dividing the cost first by kilometers and then by number of passengers, what you can do? You can multiply kilometers and passengers and straight away divide the cost by kilometers, passenger kilometers. So the term passenger kilometers, room days, bed days, they are shortcuts. They are what? Shortcuts. We have multiplied two things. Instead of dividing it twice, we have multiplied both the denominators, and now we are dividing it only once. Is that clear? How the term passenger kilometer, bed days, room days came into existence. Is it, everyone is clear about it? Okay. So now once you have got to calculate total kilometers, you will first need how many number of vehicles the company has. Number of vehicles. Then into distance. Vehicles. After vehicles, what? At which route they are running the vehicles. What is the distance? After distance, come on everyone, number of trips. Whenever you multiply by number of trips, always multiply, while calculating kilometers, always multiply this by 2 for return journey. Then into number of days. Is that clear? Everyone? See, this is not a formula. This is a normal calculation. You all gave the answer, 10,000 kilometers, correct? That same thing I am putting in a formula. So whenever you are reading a question on passenger kilometers, first primary objective is to find out these numbers from the questions. Is it clear? When you are reading a question, read carefully, see how many vehicles are there, at what distance we are running the vehicles, how many trips we are making every day, what is the working days. You have to get all these informations. Once you are done with kilometers ka working, next working is passenger kilometers. And just now I told you, passenger kilometers what? First we divide by kilometers, then by passenger. This is a shortcut then. Passenger kilometers, how to calculate passenger kilometers? You should know total how many kilometers you are traveling in a period. Is that clear? Then, when you are traveling, how many number of passengers are there in the bus? So it is average, always, this is always average number of passengers per trip. Because in every trip the number of passengers will not be same. What you are taking? Average. And third working note is fuel cost. Now, I will say the fuel cost depends on three main factors. You have to name those three factors. The monthly fuel cost of this transportation, let us say there is a company who is into transportation. The fuel cost will depend on three factors. Total fuel cost for a period, for a month, let's say, will depend on three factors. For first, how many kilometers we are traveling in a month? Capacity. Mileage. Who said mileage? Great. Mileage. See, I'm happy because it is coming from a girl. Because generally what happens now, girls are not aware about the mileage term. How many of you drive scooty? Scooty. Yeah. Now, raise your hand here, come on. Okay. So you all know what the term mileage means? You know the first bench. Yeah. You know what mileage term means? Yeah. Next, you also drive, no? You drive? Yeah. What is mileage basically? As per kilometer, per liter of petrol, per liter of petrol, how many kilometers we can travel? Let us say the mileage of the vehicle is 25 kmpl. Kmpl means 25 kilometers per liter. Is that clear? Mileage is some kilometers per liters. So if it is 25, it means if you use 1 liter of petrol, you can go up to 25 kilometers. Is that clear? The scooty on an average gives a mileage of around 40, 30, 40, 45, 50. The bikes, normal bikes, they give more mileage. Bullets give less mileage. It also depends on the engine. CC, engine capacity we measure. It depends on the engine. For example, I gave the example of Khali. In case of Khali, the mileage is very low. Because to survive, one day, he eats a lot. Okay. So what is mileage basically? In 1 liter of fuel, how many kilometers you can travel? Is it clear? So if you are using 1 liter of fuel in scooty, you can travel up to around 40 kilometers. In a normal small car, you can travel around 15 to 20 kilometers. If it is a bus, you will be able to travel around 4 or 5 kilometers only. So as the engine capacity increases, the mileage decreases. Is that clear? So because these terms are required, these are there in the question, you'll need to be aware of this. Now you know what is mileage? In 1 liter of fuel, how many kilometers we can travel is called mileage. So first is how many kilometers we are traveling. Second, what is the mileage of the vehicle? And third, see, if you have more number of vehicles, kilometers will increase. So if you are taking kilometers, number of vehicles are dealt with. Third, come on yaar. I am saying fuel cost. Speed also. Those guys who are not aware of mileage only. Come on. Arey, rate of the diesel petrol. Right now the cost of, see, today the rate of petrol will be around 105 or 6 something, 102. So if the petrol ka rate rises, your expense will also increase, na then. So it depends on 3 things. How many kilometers you are traveling in a month? What is the mileage of the vehicle? And third, what is the fuel rate prevailing in the market? Is it clear? So let us say I am traveling for 10,000 kilometers. Okay? The mileage of the vehicle is 25 kmpl. Oi, 25 kilo. Farhan. Average of Pulsar. You have Pulsar vehicle. Bus, okay. So, what? Why are you worried about the bus? You have to just pay the fare and go. Bus mileage is about 4 or 5 kilometers, no? It depends on the capacity also, no? We have small buses, big buses also. Yeah. Okay. Now please take this example. 10,000 kilometers, mileage 25 kmpl, fuel rate is 102 rupees. You need to calculate monthly fuel cost. Fuel cost for the month. Come on. 40,800. 40,800. How you got 40,800 rupees? 10,000 kilometers. Yes. Okay. See, we can make a formula also, but technically speaking, see, you don't need a formula. For 25 kilometers, we need 1 liter petrol. Yes or no? How many kilometers I am traveling in a month? For 10,000 kilometers, I will need 400 liters of fuel. Are yes or no? And 1 liter costs 102 rupees. Multiply 40,800. Is that clear, everyone? The calculation is very easy. Don't look for formulas in everything. These are basic calculations. Now, but even if you want to make a formula, let's try that. What formula can we make from this? If you want to calculate fuel cost, it is 10,000 into 1 divide by 25. Are yes or no? So that way you got 400, and then into fuel rate. So 10,000 into 1. See, multiplying any number by 1 doesn't make any sense. Remove it. What is 10,000 here? Kilometers. Divide by 25. What is 25 here? Mileage. You'll get 400. Then into fuel rate, 102. The formula will be total kilometers divided by mileage into fuel rate. Is that clear? So this is the third working note that you need to get. Most probably in a normal question, in a usual question of passenger transport, these 3 working notes will be required. I am making a formula for fuel cost. It is always total kilometers. Come on, divide by mileage of the vehicle into the rate of fuel rate. Is that clear? Why are we calculating total kilometers? To get passenger kilometers and also to get fuel cost. Is that clear? Everyone? Now once you are done with these 3 workings now, then you will start with cost sheet. And here the cost is divided in 3 parts. For transport industry, the cost is divided in 3 parts. First, those expenses which are dependent on running of the bus, running of the vehicles. If the bus is running, then only those expenditures are going to be incurred. Those are called running expenses. Which expenses? Running expenses, running charges. Like fuel cost is a running expense. So the expenses which are variable in nature, are called running cost, because it depends on running of the vehicle. Expenses those are fixed in nature, which are not dependent on the running, are called standing charges. What? Standing charges. Even if the bus is standing at a place, it is not running, then also you'll need to incur those expenses, like insurance premium of the vehicle, the depreciation, obviously the life is going. Okay, then you have something called as license and taxes, garage rent, parking, etc. These are all fixed expenses. If you have a vehicle, whether or not you are using it, you'll have to incur these expenses. Maintenance is also there. But repairs and maintenance is actually, if you are owning a car, petrol, diesel is the biggest cost. Yes. Then the next expenditure actually is repairs and maintenance. People ignore it. At the time of buying the vehicle, they ignore the maintenance expenses, etc. But actually it is a big amount. Every 3 to 4 months or 6 months, or every year maybe, you need to incur a major expense. Like if you have a car, 50,000, 40,000 is spent during maintenance. You'll need to change the tires. Okay, then regular alliances, alignment also they do of the wheels. Then yeah, oil changing, engine boost. Okay, so all these expenses are required. Okay. In case of bike, this cost is like 500,000, something like that. But in case of cars, this is a big amount. It goes into thousands. People ignore before buying the car. They think what we have to do? We have to just use the fuel. That's it. But all of a sudden, maintenance expense will come. 40,000, 50,000. It's a big cost. Okay. When you are using an auto, when you are going by a cab, you think, yeah, this guy is only incurring fuel cost. Let us say to run 10 kilometers only, he will need only 1 liter of fuel. 1 liter makes it around 100 rupees. But he is charging us 300 rupees. So 200 is his profit. But actually 200 is not the overall it is not profit. First, he is working as a labor. The driver, he needs his own salary also. Then there is an opportunity cost, no? If he would have worked somewhere else on salary basis, he would have got some salary. That amount he must recover from there. Then the depreciation of the vehicle, repair and maintenance, the insurance premium, the taxes that he has to pay. Is that clear? Police, mama, you call them mamas? Okay. पांडु बोलते हैं उधर. Here you call them mamas. Bombay we call them pandus. Pandu. Hindi only, yeah, Pandu. Now there are CCTVs installed in every signal now. So they directly don't take the money. There's a pan shop attached to the signal. Okay, they will call you to visit there. Give the money to that pan shop owner. Then after some time the Havaldar, he will go and he will collect the money. This is going on there. Okay, it is there in Gabbar. I have not seen the movie. Have you seen the movie? No. Okay. Listen guys. We are dividing the expenses into 3 parts: standing charges, running charges, and one major expense, repairs and maintenance. So we are dividing the expenses into 3 parts: standing, running, repairs and maintenance. Is that clear? So first you will record standing charges. Then running charges. After that repairs and maintenance. You will get total cost. Okay, once you get the cost, you will add your profit margin to calculate total takings. Takings is basically your collection revenue. And this total takings will be divided by number of units, no? What is number of units in case of passenger industry? Passenger transport, passenger kilometers. So you will divide this by total passenger kilometers. See what I told you. You first divide it by number of kilometers, then by number of passengers. Instead of dividing it twice, multiply passenger and kilometers, and once you divide total takings by passenger kilometers, you will get fare per passenger per kilometers. Let us say it comes out to 10 rupees. So if a passenger comes, okay, he's going, he's going to a place which is 5 kilometers from here. So 10 rupees per passenger per kilometer. He is going to 5 kilometers apart, okay, at a distance of 5 kilometers. So 10 rupees into 5 kilometers. We will charge him 50 rupees. Okay. Now you can write this. Have you written kilometers working? No? Right, fast. Okay, is it done now? Let us start. Done? There are going to be overall 3 working notes. 1 kilometers, second passenger kilometers, third fuel cost. And then after that you will make a cost sheet. Cost sheet will have 3 expenses: standing, running and repairs and maintenance. You will add your profit margin, you will get total takings. Then total takings will be divided by number of passenger kilometers to get fare, the fare ticket charges per passenger per kilometer. Is that clear? Okay. Now the first question, no, we are starting not with the first question. You can directly come to question number 8. Please come to question number 8, guys. ABC Transport Company. Can we start? ABC Transport Company has been given a route of 40 kilometers long to run bus. Underline 40 kilometers. They have given you the distance. We are running the bus on a route which is 40 kilometers long. Yes, so distance is available now. The bus cost the company a sum of rupees 10 lakhs. It has been insured at 3% per annum. So 3% is what? Insurance premium. Insurance, standing or running? Standing. Okay. See, if you have a vehicle, every year you need to pay insurance premium, whether or not you are using the vehicle. Irrespective of your usage, every year insurance premium has to be paid. And if you don't have an active insurance policy, only 2000. For car. Bike only 2000. But I can get the matter settled in 200 only. Minimum 500. They have increased the rate. But if you say I am a college student, I don't have any money. Oh. Okay. The annual tax will amount to rupees 20,000. Annual tax amount to 20,000. Garage rent is 20,000 rupees per month. Garage rent is basically the parking expenses. It is standing. Annual repairs will be rupees 2,04,000. Yes, the bus is likely to last for 2.5 years. This has been given to calculate depreciation here. The cost of the bus is 10 lakhs. Life of the bus is 2.5 years. 10 lakh divided by 2.5. 4 lakhs per annum. There is no salvage value, I think. Okay, now next adjustment. The driver's salary will be 30,000 rupees per month and conductor's salary will be rupees 25,000 per month. In addition to 10% of the takings as takings means what? Collection. 10% of collection as commission. So drivers and conductors want 10% of the collection as commission. We are paying 10% of the total revenue to driver and conductor as commission. Why? Why are we paying them? Arey, we are paying them salary, na? Fixed salary. Then why we are paying commission also? Say, if they are only paid fixed salary, they won't be worried about the passengers. They won't be worried about passengers because their salary is fixed. But if they also get some commission based on collection, what will happen? Imagine a case of, if you use the state transportation buses, how many passengers they put inside? Daba ke. Yes, no. Okay. So if the drivers and conductors get commission also, na, they will be willing to, take more passengers inside the bus. Why? If more passengers come, the revenue increases, they will also get commission. So if we are paying them commission, our sales and revenue will increase. And if revenue increases, we can pay them 10%. What's wrong in that? Okay. If they are paid on the commission basis, they will try to increase number of passengers. Is that clear? Yeah. Even if somebody is standing on the road, they will pick him and put inside the bus. Come on, let's go. They won't ask, where are you going? Or yes or no? Because they are getting commission for that. When you go to a salon, that guy who is cutting your hair, he also gets some commission on every haircut. They have some fixed salary, plus they also get commission. Let us say he has made a business of 400 rupees. Praveen went to the salon, haircut plus facial. Okay? He spent 400 rupees. That guy will get, let us say, 10%. Or facial, they get more commission. So you must have noticed that when you are doing the haircut, he will keep asking you, sir, facial, your face is looking very dull, dry. Then hair spa, there are a lot of dandruffs, there is hair fall also. Please take hair spa, because he will get commission. Is that clear? That is the reason why they keep asking you. Obviously the owner will also get money. That employee will also get benefited from that. Employees benefit, owners benefit, both are benefited. Okay. Hey, what will happen to that 10% amount? That 10% will be shared by the driver and conductor. So they will divide 5%. Okay. That is their lookout. Let them divide. We will give 10% to both of them. You take this 10%, now you can divide. Like, in childhood when relatives used to come, they used to give some money. Okay. Now let us say they gave you 100 rupee and said, beta, please, you both of them, you can share this. Okay, now then there was a big fight. And ultimately that money used to go to the yes, she used to keep the money by saying, if you need something, I am there, give this money to me. If you need this later, I will give you. Never that money is never returned. Yeah. This is happening to us from childhood only. Yeah. Okay. Now cost of stationery will be rupees 1000 per month. See, anyway, business, some stationery expenses are always there. Pen, pencil, register, etc. Manager cum accountant salary is 17,000 per month. Petrol and oil will be 500 rupees per 100 kilometer, not per kilometer. 500 rupees petrol is required for every 100 kilometers. Okay, 1 kilometer 5 rupees. Yeah. The bus will make 3 up and down trips carrying on an average 40 passengers on each trip. So 3 up and down trips, 3 trips, total 6. 3 into 2 now, we'll do 3 into 2. 40 passengers. The bus will run on an average 25 days in a month. Assuming 15% profit on takings, calculate the bus fare to be charged from each passenger for each kilometer. Okay, each passenger for each kilometer, that is per passenger per kilometers. Now in this question, this is obviously on passenger transport. They have a bus which has capacity of 40 passengers. Now first we will calculate total kilometers. For that we will need number of vehicles. So the company has how many buses here? It is not given in this question, correct? So it means they have only one bus. Now at what distance they are running the bus? 40 kilometers. The number of vehicles done, number of vehicles after that, we have got distance also. Now trips, 3 into 2. Is that clear? Then number of days, 25. So we can easily calculate what? Total kilometers. Yes or no? Once you get total kilometers, now you have to see when the bus is running, there are how many passengers inside the bus. That is also given. So total kilometers into 40. You will get total passenger kilometers. Is that clear? After that, you will calculate fuel cost. Fuel cost, basically mileage is not given. They have directly given you the expense only. For 100 kilometers, 500 rupees. For 100 kilometers, 500 rupees. Then for 6,000 kilometers, how much? 30,000. I have taken a random number. Is that clear? That is how we will calculate fuel cost. Then after calculating fuel cost, we will go to cost sheet. You will divide the expenses into, come on guys, 3 parts: standing, running, repairs and maintenance. Then you will add 15% profit. Whatever takings will come, divide by number of passenger kilometers. You will get fare per passenger kilometer. Is that clear? Yes. So before solving the question, we have got an idea how to start, how to solve this question. Now we can quickly solve it. The question number is 8. How many vehicles? One bus. At what distance they are running the bus? 40 kilometers. How many trips a day? 3 trips. Then return journey into 2. How many days? 25 days. (6,000 kilometers). Tell me, what is the next working? Yes. How to calculate passenger kilometers here? Total kilometers is 6,000. And when the bus was running for 6,000 kilometers, there were 40 passengers inside the bus. Fuel cost is for 100 kilometers 500 rupees. So for 6,000 kilometers, how much? 30,000. See, we have calculated kilometers and passenger kilometers for a month. So we are making cost sheet also for a month. You need to concentrate, huh? Okay, now start. Right, standing charges. Under standing charges, we will have the insurance cost first. What is the insurance cost? 10 lakhs into 3%. 30,000, but that 30,000 is per annum. We are making monthly cost sheet. 1 by 12. 2,500. Next, let us also calculate depreciation now. 10 lakhs for one bus. What is the useful life of the bus? 2.5 years. 10 lakhs divided by 2.5 years. But this is annual depreciation. 4 lakhs is annual. 33,333. Yes. Monthly. Next. Insurance done, depreciation done. Next is garage rent. It's 20,000 only, no? Drivers and conductors salary. $30 and $25, no? %? On which amount? Revenue. Do you have revenue amount? No. Then how will get the cost amount then? What to do now? The commission depends on revenue. And you don't have the revenue amount here. You need to calculate that. So any expense which is, if it is depending on revenue and you don't have the revenue amount, what you have to do? You have to ignore that expense. Write all the expenses first. Then we will do some cross multiplication and get the answer. Okay? So for now, ignore the commission because we don't know the amount. It depends on revenue and we don't have revenue. See what happens? Your revenue is calculated like this. You get cost. Then you add profit. This gives you revenue. Say yes or no. Now, in this cost expenditure, we have an expenditure which is commission. Now, that commission depends on revenue. The problem is commission depends on revenue. Means one of the expense, one of the cost depends on revenue. At the same time, revenue depends on what? Revenue depends on cost. Revenue is cost plus profit, so it depends on cost. And there is one expense which is depending on revenue. Neither you have total cost nor you have total revenue. Is that clear? Understood what I'm saying? The commission which is part of cost, it depends on what? Revenue. And unless you add the commission amount, you will not be able to find out total cost and total profit, revenue. Okay, so to calculate revenue we must know what is the cost amount, and to calculate cost amount, under that to calculate commission amount, we must know what is our revenue. To calculate revenue you should know your cost, and then at the same time to calculate cost, that commission cost, you must know what is your. But the problem is both are not there. Are you understanding what the problem is? So in this case what will you do? You will ignore that expense for now. Okay, now nobody will say sir commission, ignore it, just ignore it. After this we have cost of stationery, 1000 rupees. Then manager cum accountant salary. How much? Okay, fuel cost is running. That's it. Now all standing charges are done. Now next, running charges. In running charges we have only one expense, fuel and oil. Fuel and oil, 30,000 rupees. We have already made a working note for this. And third and last, repairs and maintenance. See, annual repairs is given to you. Huh? $17,000, correct? 2,04,000. Now, all expenses are done. Let us see. Just go through the question and see if any expense is left. Petrol is done. Taxes are pending now. Tax 20,000, annual tax 20,000. But the tax is part of standing charges. We forgot to add the tax amount. How much is the tax amount? 20,000 is annual. Huh? So divide by 12 months. 1667. Is this clear, everyone? Now you can write all, you can add all the expenses and get total cost. But this total cost is excluding one expense. Tell me which expense? Commission. So in bracket you will write this, excluding commission. How much? 177,500. Is it correct? We don't have the commission expense. Now all expenses are done. All the expenses are, listen here. All expenses are done. Only commission is left. Now we don't have any other option. Now we have to calculate the commission amount. How you got that amount? Wrong. Array, commission is 10% of what? Commission is 10% of what? Total takings, total revenue. Then how can you assume the total cost to be 100? We have to apply the percentage on revenue. Then revenue should be assumed as 100. 23,667. I think yes, correct. See, after adding the commission, you will get total cost. Yes or no? Including commission, everything. In total cost, you will add profit. And then you will get total takings. Now tell me, commission is 10%, no? 10% of what? So takings has to be assumed as, the mistake that you guys were doing, you were taking cost as 100. Mathematically that should not be 100, no? The number on which we have to apply the percentage, that should be assumed as 100. So if you are earning 100 rupees, acha, what is your profit margin then? 15. So if you are earning 100, 15 will be your profit in that. So what is your total cost then? If you want to earn 15%, your cost should be 85. Now, in that 85, 10 is commission. In that 85, 10 is commission. Other remaining expenses are 75. Now, you have to process this. Just look at this equation now. Profit is 10%, 15%. On what? Takings. So takings 100, profit 15, cost 85. In that 85, 10 is commission. So all other remaining expenses are 75% of sale. You know what? I'll tell you a simple thing. How much profit company wants to earn? 15%. Very good. Plus, they also have to pay commission 10% to the driver and conductor. In that case, company needs to earn overall 25%. I'll say that company needs to earn 25%. From that 25, 10 they will give to driver and conductor and 15 they will keep. So in that case, this expense is 75 then. Sale 100, expense 75, 75. The profit amount is 25, but that is not entirely our profit. 10% is going to conductor and driver. 15% is with us. Is that clear? But the presentation should be like this. Any chapter in any question, if there is an expenditure which depends on sale, revenue, and you don't have the revenue amount, you have to first calculate the amount. Then this will be your calculation. Now tell me, is this understood? Okay. If 75 is 177,500, 100 is how much? 2,36,667. $35,500 profit. 2,01,167 is your total cost. Commission is 23,667. After calculating total takings, you will divide this by passenger kilometers, which is how much was the passenger kilometer? 2,40,000, no? 2,40,000. So you'll get fare per passenger kilometer. How much? 986. There was something new in this, no? That commission wala working. That commission working was new. Done? Oh, yeah. You need to solve it. Oh, yeah. Sure. Where are you going? College? You go college every day. '27 till 27. Which sem? Third semester. He has exams. What is the college timing? 1:32. 6. Test timing is 1:30 to 3:30. Tell me how the paper was yesterday. Yesterday's papers. Show me yesterday's paper, question paper. Yeah. Keep today's paper, huh? Then tomorrow I'll see how. Okay, I think it is done now. Is it done? What's your name? Okay. Who's Karthi? Karthi, yesterday he came, I think. Okay, red shirt, okay. Next question. Let us start. Question number 1. SMC is a public school. Now this is a very good question. It has been asked in the exam also. Oh, Siddesh, sit straight. What happened? SMC is a public school having 5 buses, each plying in different direction for transport of its school students. Okay. In view of larger number of students availing of the bus service, the buses work 2 shifts. Underline 2 shifts. 2 shifts. 2 shifts doesn't mean 2 trips. Daily, both in the morning and in the afternoon. Every day they are working 2 shifts. Daily, every day. Morning shift, afternoon, evening shift. Okay. The buses are garaged in the school itself. The workload of the students has been so arranged. Now you have to read the entire story. You have to read it like a story. The workload of the students has been so arranged that in the morning, first trip picks up senior students and the second trip, plying an hour later, picks up the junior students. So this is daily schedule of the bus. They are garaged in the school itself. From school they will travel to students' homes. Okay. They will first pick up senior students, take them to the school. Then an hour later, again the buses will leave. They will go to junior students' home, pick up the junior students, take them to the school. This is morning schedule. Morning, how many trips? 2 trips. First, we brought senior students, 1 trip. An hour later, we went to bring the junior students. So in the morning, 2 trips. Okay. Similarly, in the afternoon, the first trip takes the junior students and an hour later, second trip takes the senior students home. So first we drop the junior students and then after 1 hour, senior students. So daily 2 shifts in the morning, 2 trips in the morning and 2 trips in the afternoon. How many trips in a day? 4 trips. 4 trips then into 2 that we will do. Yes or no? Yes. So this entire story is given so that we can calculate number of trips. Is that clear? Morning, 1 trip for senior students. Then again 1 trip for junior students. 2 trips in the morning. Similarly in the afternoon, first we drop the junior students home. Then after an hour later, we drop the senior students home. So 2 trips in the afternoon also. The distance travelled by each bus one way is 8 kilometers. How many buses the school has? 5 buses. Okay. The distance travelled by each bus one way is 8 kilometers. Now we got number of buses, we have got number of trips. Now we have got distance also. Is that clear? The school works 25 days in a month and remains closed for vacation in May, June and December. So out of 12 months, 3 months the students have holiday. Bus fee, however, is payable by the students for all 12 months in a year. Bus fee is payable for all 12 months. The details of expenses for a year are as under. Driver's salary 4,500 rupees per month per driver. Now since we have 5 buses, we will need 5 drivers also. Cleaner's salary 3,500 rupees per month. Now since we have 5 buses, we need 5 cleaners also. That is not required at all. We need 1 specialist cleaner for 1 bus, every bus. You need 1 cleaner for every bus. Arey, one guy can clean all 5 buses, na? We'll give him a bucket. Yes. And a cotton cloth. That's it. We'll say, take this bucket, this cloth, go. Wash all 5 buses. Clean all 5 buses. He's not a driver. There's no specialist cleaner. Okay. Since it has been written also there. One cleaner employed for all 5 buses. The one cleaner will clean all 5 buses. And what about salary? They have given some extra information here. The salary is payable for all 12 months. Although the school is closed in 3 months, during those 3 months, but the salary is payable for all 12 months to the bus driver and conductor. Driver also. No clean. The conductor is not there, na? Driver and see what will happen if you are paying them salary for only 9 months. Remaining 3 months, what the driver will do? He will have no salary, no money. What he will do then? He will leave the job. He will look for another job. He will get another job then. He will settle down somewhere else. Now then when you start the school again, now you will ask the driver to come back. Is he going to come back now? Because you are paying him salary for only 9 months. So same thing happens for with teachers also. In government schools and etc. The teachers get all 12 months salary. Therefore, since school is incurring expenses for all 12 months, therefore they charge fees also for all 12 months. Is that clear? Now we are not thinking from the point of view of students. We are thinking from the point of view of the school. Since they are incurring expenses for all 12 months, they will charge the fees also for, what they do, whatever expense they are incurring now, they divide it equally in 12 installments and make it monthly fees. Is that clear? School has to charge the fees for all 12 months because they are incurring expenses also for 12 months. Otherwise what they can do, they can charge fees for only 9 months, but in that case they will increase the monthly fees so that those 3 months salary will also that expense, that the fees is also covered in that 9 months fees. If 2000 is your monthly school fees, they will make it 2500. So what will happen? You pay for only 9 months. Give 500 rupees extra. 500 into 9 months. 4500. That 2 months, 3 months recovery is done. Is that clear? So schools can do this also. Anyways, tell me how many trips in a day? Come on. You have to say 4 trips. Into 2 we are doing that calculation separate. 4 trips. How many buses? At what distance they are running the buses? 8 kilometers. In a day, how many days in a month? 25 days. Is that clear? So we'll get kilometers. Now, license fee, taxes, etc. 8,600. Insurance 10,000. Repairs and maintenance 35,000 per bus per annum. Purchase price of the bus is 15 lakhs each. Life of each bus is 12 years. Scrap value of buses at the end of the life is 3 lakh rupees. Just write per bus. 3 lakh per bus. So 15 lakhs minus 3 lakhs divided by useful life of 12 years. Diesel cost is 45 rupees per litre. Each bus gives an average mileage of 4 kmpl. Sitting capacity of each bus is 50 students. The sitting capacity is fully occupied during the whole year. Students picked up and dropped. Now this is important. Read it carefully. students picked up and dropped within a range of up to 4 kilometers of distance from the school are charged half fare, and 50% of the students traveling in each trip are in this category. So what we are doing, those students who are coming from a distance of up to 4 kilometers, less than 4 kilometers, we are charging them half fees, and beyond 4 kilometers, full fees. So a student who is coming from 4 kilometers up to 4 kilometers and a student who is coming from 8 kilometers, they both are not same for the school. Schools only say that all students are equal for us. All students are not equal for as far as revenue is concerned. Okay, if somebody is coming from, let's say, 2 kilometers or 3 kilometers, we'll charge them half fare. If somebody is coming from 5 kilometers or 6 kilometers or 8 kilometers, we will charge full fare, full fees. Is that clear? So now, since the school is charging differential rates, just like there was a question on season off season, there is 4 kilometers, 8 kilometers. What we'll have to do? We will have to first make all students equal, either all 4 kilometers or all 8 kilometers. Calculate the rate of either 4 kilometers, or if you have got the rate of 4 kilometers, then multiply it by 2. If you have got the rate of 8 kilometers, divide by 2 into 0.5. Is it clear? So first, this concept, you should be able to pick this concept. That hold on, this school is charging differential fee. Yes, it means the question is on equivalent units concept. So what is the important part is to read the question and understand. Okay. Ignore interest. Since the charges are to be based on average cost, you are required to prepare a statement showing expenses of operating a single bus and the fleet of 5 buses. Cost of operating one bus and cost of operating all 5 buses for a year. And then you need to calculate average cost per student. This is not per passenger per kilometer. We need to find out average cost per student. That's it. Per student. So how to find out the cost then? Cost divided by number of students. That's it. But the problem here, all students are not same, they are not equal. So first we'll have to use the equivalent concept, make them equal, then cost divided by number of students. You will get the cost either for 4 kilometers or for 8 kilometers. Accordingly you can adjust for the other category. Is that clear? Are you sure? Okay, now let us start. This is question number 1. First working note is total kilometers. You have to start calculating now. Oh? What is the formula? I want this number for the year, because in question they have said you have to find out cost for the year. So I am calculating kilometers also for a year. See, first thing, number of, you have to repeat guys, come on, number of buses. How many buses are there? Then distance, how much? 8 kilometers. Trips, 4 trips. 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. Into 2, 8, 25 days. Into 9 or 12. When the school is closed for those 3 months, how the buses will be running? They will go on marriage function. How many months say? 9 months. 72,000 kilometers. All 5 buses combined, okay? See, this is not a typical question of, bus transport or something. This is a question of school. You don't have to find out passenger kilometers here. So I am doing the calculation for fuel now. Fuel cost 72,000 kilometers. Can you tell me what is the mileage of the buses? 4 kmpl into what is the fuel rate? 45 rupees. Come on, get the answer. 8,10,000. Okay. 8,10,000 rupees. And next, the most important working note here. What? Number of students. But I am trying to calculate what? Equivalent students. See what I am doing? I am doing it for one bus. So what is number of students per bus? One bus is handling how many students? 50 is wrong. One bus is carrying how many students? The cost of one bus will be recovered from how many students? Cost of one bus will be recovered from how many students? 100. How? Obviously you have to recover the cost from juniors plus seniors both, because the bus is handling both juniors as well as seniors. The bus is doing two shifts, na? The cost of the bus will be borne by juniors as well as seniors. So one bus is actually handling not 50 but how many? 100 students. The cost of one bus will be recovered from both juniors as well as seniors. Are you sure? Is it logical? Obviously yes. You cannot recover all the expenses from juniors only or from seniors only. Obviously both have to bear the cost. So this is junior plus senior. Junior plus senior. 50 plus 50. One bus is handling total how many students? 100. It is working in two shifts, na yaar. 50 juniors and 50 seniors. So one bus is handling how many students? 100 students. All those 100 students are not same for the school. Some are coming from 4 kilometers, some are coming from 8 kilometers. So how many students are coming from up to 4 kilometers? 50%. Half. And how many students are coming from beyond 4 kilometers? 50%, half. Now, listen. 4 kilometers, 8 kilometers, there is, sorry, beyond 4, yes, beyond 4 means 8 only. Okay. Now students coming from beyond 4, if they have to pay 1 rupee, students coming from beyond 4, let's say 8 kilometers, if they have to pay 1 rupee, we are charging them up to 4 kilometers only 0.5, half. So these 50 students who are coming from up to 4 kilometers only, they are as good as 25 students coming from 8 kilometers. Half. They have half importance, half weightage. So although there are 50 students, but they are as good as 25 only. Why? Because they are giving us half fees. Yes or no? Because they are giving us half fees. Let us say I am calculating fees for the students. Now we have two categories, foundation and inter. I cannot simply add foundation students plus inter students and then divide by number of students, get the rate per student. No, that will be wrong. From foundation I have to charge different amount. From inter students I have to charge different amount. So first what I will do, I'll use the concept of equivalent. I'll calculate equivalent students. Let us say foundation we have 80 students, inter we have 50. So I cannot say total I have 130 students. That's wrong. I'll give weightage. Let us say foundation I'm giving a weightage of 1. So for me inter is 2. Means one admission at CA inter level, is as good as 2 admissions of foundation. For us, one CA inter admission is as good as 2 foundation admissions. Why? We get same revenue. Foundation 30,000, inter 60,000. One inter student will come, he will give 60, equivalent to 2 foundation students fees. Is that clear? So one inter student is as good as 2 foundation students. Or if I am giving foundation inter guys a weightage of 1, so for foundation it is 0.5. That foundation student is half ticket. It's clear. 2 foundation students will make it to 1 inter student. So 25 plus 50, it is 75 students. Hey, have you got the concept? 75 students coming from where? Beyond 4 kilometers, means 8 kilometers. I have converted all students into same category, beyond 4 kilometers. The rate also will calculate for them. For up to 4 kilometers, what we will do? For the rate at the end, into 0.5. Yes? Okay. So this was the main working, 75 students. Is it done? Have you written the working notes? Yes? Number of students will be pending, I guess. We'll solve the homework question out after the break. We'll be able to finish this topic today because I think only 1 or 2 good questions are remaining. There is one more small question. After that, we'll take the homework questions also. Is it done? What happened? 130 what? Break. Okay, is it done? Have you written this? Done? Okay. Now give the heading operating cost sheet. Now you have to write alongside me. Start writing. Operating cost sheet for the year you'll make two columns here because we have to find out the cost of operating a single bus as well as cost of 5 buses combined. Standing charges. Come on, let me tell you here that we have some I think very few expenses here, not much expenses are there. First there is salary, driver's salary. Yes, driver's salary, come on. 4,500 rupees into all 12 months. How much? 54 for one single driver. For 5 buses, 2,70,000. After driver's salary, we have cleaner's salary. $42 here, 42,000 all 5 buses. One cleaner is handling all 5 buses. So we are paying him 42,000 to clean all 5 buses. Effectively, per bus cost comes out to only 8,400. He is taking 42,000 to clean all the buses. Yes. Next, license fees. License fee and taxes, how much? 8,000 per bus. Per bus per annum. Into 5 buses, 43,000. Next, insurance. How much? 10,000 per bus per annum. 10,000 into 5 buses now, 50,000. Repairs. Okay. Repairs will not come here now. We have a separate heading for that. Repairs and maintenance later on we'll record. Depreciation is pending now. Depreciation is 15 lakhs minus 3 lakhs divided by 12 years life. 1 lakh rupees per bus per annum. 5 buses, 5 lakhs. Now next, running charges. Diesel cost. We have made a working note for this, correct? It is 8,10,000 for all 5 buses. So for effectively for one bus, 1,62,000. After diesel, now we have what? Repairs and maintenance. That's it. Right, repairs and maintenance. How much? $35,000 per bus per annum. Come on. 175. He was not well yesterday. What? Cold, cough, fever. Total cost. Four lakh or 3 lakh? 3 lakh 81,000. 78,000. 3 lakh 78,000. lakh 90,000. The first part is done. Second part, we just have to find out cost per student per month. So we have 3,78,000 now. Let us calculate cost per month here. This is per annum now. 3,78,000 divided by 12. What is our monthly cost? $31,500. All 5 buses. Okay, but I want only for single bus. Why? I have to calculate cost per student per month. Since I have taken number of students of one bus only, I want to calculate cost for only single bus. See, if I am taking cost of all 5 buses, in that case to divide, I'll take number of students of. See, cost of 5 buses will be recovered from students of all 5 buses, but cost of one bus will be recovered from students of that one bus only. So it is very important to mathematically understand, if you are taking cost per bus, then in denominator the number of students should also be per bus. If the cost in numerator is for all 5 buses, then in denominator the number of students should also be for all 5 buses. Is that clear? Cost of one bus will be recovered from students of that one single bus. Cost of all 5 buses will be recovered from students of all 5 buses. But ultimately cost per student will be same only. Why? If you are taking cost for all 5 buses, then cost per bus into 5. Yes or no? Similarly, if you are taking cost for all 5 buses, number of students should also be for all 5 buses. Then this is also into 5. Per bus into 5. Per bus students into 5. What will happen then? 5 is ultimately going to get. There is no point taking total cost, overall cost. You can take per bus cost also and per bus student also, because ultimately we want number of students, we want cost per student. Okay. Yes or no? Now, cost per student per month coming from, we have converted all the students into beyond 4 kilometers category. So beyond 4 kilometers, 31,500 divided by how many students? 75. 420 rupees. 210 for up to 4 kilometer. 420, yeah. 420, you know, we call 420 to whom? 420. $210. Students coming from up to 4 kilometers will be charged 210 rupees. Beyond 4 kilometers will be charged 420 rupees. How many students are coming from up to 4 kilometers? 50. 25 juniors, 25. 50 into 210. Tell me what is the amount? 10,500. Then 50 students beyond 4 into 420. 21,000. Add. What will be the total connection then? Total collection 31,500. Is that clear? You will be able to recover your 31,500. 210 rupees from up to 4 kilometers, half, and 420 rupees from beyond 4 kilometers. This is how the rate is calculated. See this chapter now, this is, you can say, I told you earlier also, this is most logical chapter. So you have to be, you have to be awake. You have to concentrate, you have to read the question. At the same time, you'll have to complete all the homework questions also. Because when you read the question on your own, when you solve it, you get a lot of confidence. If the answer is right, you get, a lot of confidence. You know that now I understand the chapter better, and that gives you confidence. The answer should come for that. Yeah. And if you're not getting the answer, at least now you're aware, now you know that you are not comfortable in this topic. You need to, practice more. So at least we are quite sure whether we are knowing the topic better or we are weak in this. We get to know that at early stage only. Silly mistakes is always there. Even in exams, I am saying, the questions that you know, even if you solve those questions right now, you'll get 50 marks. Minimum, I am saying. People know how, 50 marks though they can easily get, but still they fail. Why? Silly mistakes. Even simple questions, they do some silly mistakes, and that really hurts, in the result time. If you are cool, calm, you're not making silly mistakes, you're composed, you can easily score good marks. So you have to be, calm and relaxed while reading the question. Is it done? Okay, we'll see a small question now and then we'll go on the lunch break. Okay? Yes or no? Question number 1 is done, 2 is done, 3 is also done, 4 is pending, correct? Come to question number 4. This is an easy question only, guys. We have to complete this question now. Can we start? Mr. X owns a bus which runs according to the following schedule: Delhi to Chandigarh and back the same day. Distance covered 250 kilometers one way. Number of days run each month 8 days. So 8 days in a month we are going from Delhi to Chandigarh and we are back the same day. Sitting capacity occupied 90%. Delhi to Agra and back the same day. Distance covered 210 kilometers one way. Number of days run each month 10. Sitting capacity occupied is 85%. So balance 10 days. Other 10 days we are going to Agra. Correct? Agra is how many kilometers away from Delhi? 210 kilometers. Is it clear? And then Delhi to Jaipur and back the same day. Jaipur is in which state? Rajasthan. Yeah, he's from there. Jaipur is also called as which city? Pink City. Distance covered 270 kilometers one way. Number of days run each month 6 and sitting capacity occupied is 100%. Now since a lot of guys travel to Jaipur, the sitting capacity occupied is 100. Following are other details. Cost of the bus 12 lakhs. Salary of driver 24,000 per month. Salary of conductor 21,000 per month. Part-time accountant 5,000. Insurance of the bus 4,800. Diesel consumption 4 kmpl. What is 4 kmpl? Mileage. And the diesel rate is 56. Road tax, lubricant oil, permit fee, repairs and maintenance, depreciation. Okay, I will classify. Depreciation is salary is fixed, standing we say. Conductor salary is also standing. Part-time accountant standing. Insurance standing. Diesel running. Road tax standing. Lubricant running. Permit fee standing. Repairs and maintenance has separate heading. Depreciation is also standing. Is that clear? Now, passenger tax is 20% of the total takings. Again, there is an expense which depends on takings, revenue. Now you know how to handle this. Ignore passenger tax, write all the expenses first, get total cost excluding passenger tax. Is that clear? Then you will add passenger tax separately. You'll get total cost plus profit. You'll get total takings. Take the takings as 100. Then backward calculation, cross multiplication, you'll get the answer. Calculate the bus fare to be charged from each passenger to earn a profit of 30% on takings. The fares are to be indicated per passenger for the journeys. For the journeys, matlab Delhi to Chandigarh entire routes, entire destinations fare you have to say. Some guy comes and asks for a ticket, let's say of Chandigarh. So we have to quote the entire ticket amount, entire fare from Delhi to Chandigarh. Let us say 500 rupees. So I'll say 500. To the customer, we are not saying passenger, we are not saying 2 rupees per passenger per kilometer. That is for you to know. What you do if there is a journey, let's say 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, what you do? Your per passenger per kilometer rate into the distance. You calculate the rate for the journey. Let us say per passenger per kilometer is 5 rupees. Per passenger per kilometer 5 rupees. Delhi to Chandigarh is 250 kilometers. So if for 1 kilometer it is 5 rupees, then for 250 kilometers 1250. That is how the rate for the journey is calculated. But even for the journey, you'll need to first calculate what? Rate per passenger per kilometer. Is it clear? Okay. Let us start. This is a question on passenger transport. So tell me which working note first? Question number what? 4. Let us quickly complete this. First working note is total kilometers. But we are traveling to 3 destinations: Chandigarh, Agra and Jaipur. And the problem is the distance is not same. So what we will have to do? Differently, separately. You will calculate kilometers for Delhi to Chandigarh separately, Delhi to Agra separately, Delhi to Jaipur separately, and then ultimately what you will do, you will add it. Okay, let us start. First, Delhi to Chandigarh. Chandigarh is where? Yes, Chandigarh is a union territory, no? Yeah, Chandigarh is also union territory. Which? Ahmedabad? Acha, Andaman. I'm saying. Chandigarh is also Punjab capital. Amritsar, you know. Amritsar's food is famous, na Punjabi. Amritsari kulcha. Lunch time. Sing sir. Okay. Delhi to Chandigarh, one bus, 250 kilometers. How many trips? One trip into 2. Arey, what it is written in the question that we are back the same day. Matlab from from Delhi to Chandigarh, and then from Chandigarh to Delhi. This is our routine. For how many days? 8 days. So one trip into 2 into 8 days. Come on. How many kilometers? 4,000. Next, Delhi to Agra. Get the answer first. 1 into 210 kilometers into 1 into 2 into 10 days. 4 to 4,200. Okay. Okay. And then from Delhi to Jaipur. 1 into 270 kilometers. 3,240. Total kilometers. 11,440. Is it right? Okay. Next working note is passenger kilometers. Passenger kilometers. How we calculate passenger kilometers? It is total kilometers into average number of passengers. Barabar? But the problem is, while we are traveling to Chandigarh, the occupancy is different. Agra, the occupancy is different. So this calculation also needs to be done separately. Yes. Now from Delhi to Chandigarh, total kilometers is how much? In the month, how many kilometers you have traveled? 4,000 into how many passengers in the bus? 50 into 90%. The capacity of the bus is 50, but there are only 90% passengers. Yes. 1,80,000. Delhi to Agra. 4,200 into 50 into the occupancy is only 85. and then Delhi to Jaipur. 3240 into 50 into 100%, मतलब into total 50 passengers. How much? Add them. Fuel cost 11,440 kilometers. What is the mileage of the vehicle? And the fuel rate 56 rupees. Is this clear, everyone? Now what next now? Operating cost sheet for a month, because schedule is only given for a month. No, why? Why? No. You'll calculate cost or fare per passenger per kilometer. Per passenger per kilometer. Then, if Chandigarh is 250 kilometers apart, into 250, into 270, into 210, only one cost sheet is there. Amritsar mein guys have they have for lunch lassi. Lassi's glass is like at least this much. They consume lot of dairy products. Punjab milk dairy products, yeah. Like ghee, lassi, butter. दबा के और फिर you have seen the size. Punjabi guys, height and all though that is natural, but pate, stomach. Okay, let's start. Let's not waste time now. Standing charges. We'll start with depreciation. The cost of the bus is 12 lakhs, correct? Rate of depreciation is given to you, 20%. But we want depreciation for only 1 month. So 12 lakhs into 20% into 1 by 12. 20,000. Next. Salary of driver, conductor and part-time accountant. Right. Salary of driver, salary of conductor and salary of part-time. Next is insurance, I guess. Insurance is 4,800 per annum, but I want monthly cost. It is 400. Write down the salary amount also. Driver is getting 24,000. Conductor is getting 21,000, whereas the accountant is only getting 5,000. So it is better to be a driver than accountant. After these, after this insurance, we have road tax and permit fee. Road tax is how much? 15,915 per annum into 1 by 12. And permit fee 315 rupees per month. All standing expenses are done, standing charges are done. Now you can record running charges. Running charges first, diesel cost. How much was the diesel cost? We have calculated now. Working 160, 160. Then there is lubricant oil, engine oil, etc. Amount is given 10 rupees per 100 kilometers. Okay, for 100 kilometers 10 rupees. So for 11,440 kilometers, how much? 1144. Next, only one expense will be left now. Repairs and maintenance of the bus is 1,000 per month. Add all the expenses now, you'll get total cost. But this total cost is excluding passenger tax. Don't forget, we have one more expense which depends on revenue. How much? 234 345. 234 345. Correct? Now, next line, add passenger tax. Then you will get total cost plus profit you will get total takings. Is it clear? Now, the profit rate is 30%. The profit is 30% on takings, means taking 100, profit 30. So what will be the cost then? 70. But in that 70 also, 20 is the passenger tax. All other remaining costs are then 50. If 50 is 234, 345, 100 is how much? 468, 690. Now, since you have 100% amount, you can apply all the percentages on this. Passenger tax how much? 90. Okay. 93738. Three 083. Now we will calculate fare per passenger per kilometer. 468 690 divided by total passenger kilometers how much? 5,20,500. Is it correct? Per passenger per kilometer 0.90046. Okay, but we want the rate for entire journey. So what will be the fare for the journey? First, Delhi to, now we know that we should charge 90 paisa per kilometer from each passenger. Delhi to Chandigarh is 250 kilometers apart, no? So 250 into 0.9, 225 rupees from anyone who wants to go to Chandigarh. Is that clear? Now, if you want to travel to Agra from Delhi, the rate will be 210 kilometers into 0.9, 189 rupees. And if you want to travel from Delhi to Jaipur, $270 into 0.9 per kilometer, 243 rupees. Is that clear? That is how the rate for entire journey is calculated. First you will get per passenger per kilometer rate multiplied by the distance of the journey. You will get rate for the journey. Now we are taking a lunch break here. 1 hour, okay. Try to get back at 2:15, okay? 5 minutes before to settle down. Okay. Can we start now? Okay, let us start now. We are left with I think 3 to 4 sums in this chapter. Yeah, we have to complete it by today only. Okay, we are not going home without completing this topic. Yeah, without completing this topic today we are not going home. There's only one way out. There are only 4 questions. Most probably we'll be able to finish on time. Okay. Before time also maybe. Then we'll start with the next topic. Okay. Now, there are, I think, 2 questions. Question number 7 and question number 10. Those 2 questions are very small. What you guys had there in the cafe? You're having coffee. And you? Which tea? Lemon tea? Ginger tea? I had lemon rice today, and with after that I had lemon tea. All lemon. Lemon tea. I like lemon tea actually, but not with sugar. You're not going to go home early. Those. Okay. We are starting with question number 7. Birthday boys. You want to give him birthday bomb? Okay, let's start. Question number 7. A lorry starts. Now we are into goods transportation. Huh? I think 2 or 3 questions of goods transportation are left. A lorry starts with a load of 20 metric tons of goods from station A. It unloads 8 metric tons in station B and the balance goods in station C. On return trip, it reaches station A with a load of 16 metric tons loaded at station C. The distance between A to B and B to C and C to A are 80 kilometers, 120 kilometers and 160 kilometers respectively. Compute absolute metric ton kilometer and commercial metric ton kilometers. Okay. Now there is something called as commercial ton kilometers. Commercial ton kilometers, like the way we used to calculate passenger kilometers, total kilometers into average number of passengers per trip. So here commercial ton kilometer is total kilometers into average load per trip. Average, instead of number of passengers, we will multiply the kilometers by average load per trip. When the vehicle is running, there is on an average how much load in the vehicle, lorry, truck, whatever they. Okay. Absolute means you have to calculate exact figure. Okay, if there are 4 to 5 journeys, you need to calculate the ton kilometers for each journey and then add it. You're not taking average, you are calculating exact figures. Okay. Let us see how to calculate commercial and average absolute ton kilometers. This is question number 7. Yes. Yeah. Now A to B and B to C. What is the distance between A to B? 80 kilometers. Then B to C, 120 kilometers. And then from C to A, 160 kilometers. Is that clear? Now, see what is happening when we start from station A. Lorry starts with a load of 20 metric tons from station A. So here we started with a load of 20 metric tons. We went to station B. There we unloaded 8 tons. So 20 minus 8. Now, how much load is left in the truck now? 20 metric tons. And that entire goods we unloaded here at station C. Now, when in the return journey we are going from C to A, we have a load of 16 metric tons. Okay. Now you want to calculate absolute ton kilometers. For that, what you will do, you have kilometers, you have tons, you can get the answer. When we were going from A to B, it is how many kilometers? 80 kilometers. So A to B, 80 kilometers. And what is the load in the vehicle? 20 metric tons. So what is total ton kilometers between station A to B? 1600. Then from B to C, it is 120 kilometers. The load is only 12 tons. Is that clear? How we are calculating absolute ton kilometers? Absolute ton kilometer means if there are 50 journeys now, what you will do? You will calculate ton kilometers separately for each journey. You are not allowed to take average. Is that clear? You will take ton kilometer, you will calculate ton kilometers for each journey. Siddesh, give your cell phone to me. You are doing something on the cell phone. Why? PDF. You're looking at the PDF. Oh. Show me. There is no PDF. Just closed. Okay. And then from C to A. From C to A. How many kilometers? 160 kilometers. The load is 16 tons. 2560. Now what is total ton kilometer? Outward plus return journey. 5600 ton kilometers. Is that clear? This is absolute. See, there are basically A to B, one journey, B to C, one journey, and then C to A. We have calculated ton kilometers separately for each journey. We are not taking average load. We are taking, we are doing separate calculations. A to B, there is only 20 tons. There are 20 tons. So I am taking 20 tons there. B to C, there is only 12 tons. I am taking 12 tons. I am not taking average of 20 and 12. You have to understand the difference between commercial and absolute. Absolute means you have to find out the exact number. You can't take average. If there are 20 trips, you will calculate ton kilometers for each trip separately. You will not take average. Okay. Now, what happens in commercial ton kilometers? Commercial ton kilometers, there is a formula. It is total kilometers into what? Average load per trip. Average load per trip. On an average, in every trip, how much is the load? Now tell me total how many kilometers we have traveled to complete this trip. A to B 80 kilometers, B to C 120 kilometers, 80 plus 120 200, return 160, total 360. Now what is the average load when the vehicle is running? Sometimes it is 20 tons, sometimes it is 12 tons, sometimes 16 tons. How you will calculate the average then? 20 plus 12 plus 16 divided by 3. Average load is 16 tons. 360 kilometers into 16 tons on an average. Is that clear? Sometimes more than 16, sometimes less than 16. We have taken average. Answer 5760 ton kilometers. Now we have got two different answers here. Absolute ton kilometer 5600 kilometers. Ton kilometers. Commercial 5760 ton kilometers. Can you tell me which one is more accurate? 5600, obviously, because we have calculated ton kilometers separate for each trip, and this is average. Average is not accurate actually. We have taken average. This is not accurate number. Is that clear? So that is what commercial ton kilometers are. Absolute to we know each trip, and you will calculate the kilometers in that trip and into tons in that trip. But for commercial, you will take total kilometers into the average load. Is it clear? Right. Now this can be asked in MCQs now. You will have to draw this also. Next question. Praveen, done? Romeo is very slow. Question number 9. Let's read the question. GTC has a lorry of 6 ton carrying capacity. It operates lorry services from city A to city B. It charges rupees 2400 per ton from city A to city B and rupees 2200 per ton for the return journey from B to A. Now read the question carefully. The company is charging 2400 rupees per ton for city from A to city B, and in return they are charging only 2200 rupees. Goods are also delivered to an intermediate city C, but no concession or reduction in rate is given. No concession or reduction in rate is given. Now if somebody asks to unload the goods at station C only, city C only, we are not going to give them any discount or any concession. We will charge entire total 2400 rupees. Distance between city A to B is 300 kilometers and from city A to C is 140 kilometers. Okay. So the question is something like this. Question number 9 it is. City A to B, and there is an intermediate city C. Is that clear? From A to B we are charging, and in return journey we are charging only 2200. Is that clear? But if somebody asks to unload the goods at station C only, are we going to give them any discount? No. See, when we are leaving from station A, our rate is decided. It is going to be 2400 rupees. Now whether you go to station B or you ask to unload the goods at station C, the charges are not going to change. The company will charge 2,400. Return journey, they will charge 2,200. If you want, they can unload the goods at station C also, but they will charge full rate, 2,400 outward journey, 2,200 return journey. Is it clear? The distance now from A to B is 300 kilometers. A to B. A to C only 140 kilometers. So what will be the distance between C to B? 160 kilometers. Is that clear? Yeah. See, when you are reading the question, try to understand the question, what they are trying to say. It is like, read the question like it is a story. Don't worry about how to solve and all. First read the question, understand the situation, and then at the end look at the required part, what they are trying to ask, and accordingly you need to think how to calculate that stuff. Okay. In January 2020, the truck made 12 outward journeys for city B. 12 journeys. Overall 12 journeys in a month, not per day. It is written that in January month they have made 12 outward journeys. The details of the journeys are as follows. Outward journey means from city A to B. And return journey, B to A. Is that clear? Now, outward journey A to B, number of journeys 10, load in ton 6. So 10 times it has happened that 10 times that we are going straight from city A to B. Okay, there is no halt in between. Now A to C, 2 times it has happened that from A we have first stopped at station C. At that time when we were going from A to C, the load in the truck was 6 tons. After taking a halt at station C, when we are resuming the journey towards station B, the remaining load in the truck is only 4. So where has that 2 tons? We have unloaded those 2 tons at station C. Are you getting the point? Okay. Means there is a break in the journey. From A we are going first to C. We are unloading 2 tons and then resuming the journey from C to B. Is it clear? Earlier this question was not in this format. There was no tabular format given in there. All these things were in the format of a paragraph. That time the question was beautiful, because there was some tricks people, just by reading the question in one read, people don't get the question in one read. Now what institute has done, they have just made the question a lot simpler, which actually is good for the students, but that beauty of the question. Yes. Return journey from B to A. B to A. 5 times it has happened. From B we are going straight to station A, and the load in the truck is 8 tons. Whereas in the first line, GTC has a lorry of 6 ton carrying capacity. 6 ton. And there is a load of 8 tons. It means what? 5 times from B when we were returning to station A, the load is 8 tons. It means what? We have done what? If the capacity of the lorry is 6 ton and we are loading 8 tons, it means what? Extra. Overloading. We call it overloading, and overloading is punishable. If you are caught, you will have to pay penalty also. But it is not just one time that they have done this. This has happened 5 times. And 6 times it has happened that from station B we have gone straight to station A. At that time the load was only 6 tons, and only once it has happened that from B we have taken a halt at C. At that time the load in the truck was 6 tons. When we are resuming the journey from C to A, now the load is 0. It means what? Entire 6 tons have been unloaded at city C. Is that clear? Annual fixed cost and maintenance charges are 6 lakhs and 1,20,000 respectively. So they have directly given the cost. And running charges spent during January month 2020 are 2,94,400, which includes also 12,400 paid as penalty for overloading. You are required to calculate the cost as per commercial ton kilometer and cost as per absolute ton kilometer. Is it clear? Commercial and absolute. And then you are also required to calculate net profit or loss for the month of January. Now they are asking you to calculate cost per commercial ton kilometer and cost per absolute ton kilometer. It is simply total cost divided by, come on, commercial ton kilometers, and then total cost divided by absolute ton kilometers. For absolute ton kilometers, we will have to calculate ton kilometers for each trip. 12 journeys, 12 calculations. See, in 10 journeys, the load is same. So that though we can multiply by 10. This will do. But in these 2 journeys, since there is a break and there is change in load, we will have to calculate ton kilometers separately. Okay? So absolute will have some calculation. Commercial will use the formula. What is the formula for commercial ton kilometers? Total kilometers into average load per trip. Okay? Let us start. Draw this first. This will give you, when you are revising the question after 3 to 4 months maybe, this will give you some clarity that what the question wants to say. Because you are going to have a lot of doubts while revising. So for that you should do one thing. The notes should be absolutely detailed. If you think something is important, you should write it in the notebook. You can use sticky notes or whatever you want, but write those things also. That will help you at the time of revision. Because in last moment, see, when you are going for the exam or for revision, last minute revision, only the notes are going to stay with you. Teacher will not be there. Only the notes. The notes have to be detailed. And you can write in your own language whatever you want to write, which will help you. Now, let us calculate total kilometers. Total kilometers, we need number of vehicles. So it is 1 truck into distance. Come on, distance. Siddesh. 300 kilometers, A to B. How many trips? I am only calculating kilometers, not ton kilometers. So I am ignoring the load. From A we are going to B. Even if we stop in between, that doesn't matter. Is that clear? That we will see at the time of calculating ton kilometers, not for kilometers. Now, into 2 for return journey into 7,200 kilometers. See, this is 12 trips in a month, okay? So 12 trips total in a month. So overall you have traveled 7,200 kilometers in a month. Now let us calculate ton kilometers. I am first going for absolute ton kilometer. Absolute. Outward journey from A to B. Ten times it has happened that we have gone straight to station B from A to B. It is 300 kilometers. See, 300 kilometers into 6 tons. 300 kilometers into 6 tons. One journey, one trip, outward journey is about 1800 ton kilometers. Yes or no? We are traveling 300 kilometers by carrying a load of 6 tons. So 300 into 6, 1800. And this same process we have repeated 10 times. So 1800 into 10 times, 18,000. Twice it has happened that first from A we have gone to station C. The distance is 140 kilometers. At that time the load in the truck is 6 tons. 1680. But when we resume from C to B, yes, twice 160 kilometers, the load is only 4 tons. When the vehicle is running from station C to B, the load inside the vehicle is only 4 tons. So 160 kilometers into 4 tons. 160 into 4 is how much? 640. 160 into 4 is 640. And this process we have repeated twice. So into 2. 1280. Is this clear? Return journey now. The return is from B to A, correct? Listen, B to A. Now 5 times it has happened that we are traveling 300 kilometers straight, but the load in the vehicle is 300 into 8 tons. How many ton kilometers? 2400. 300 into 8. It is 2400. And this process we have repeated 5 times. Then maybe 5th time the police must have caught us. From 6th trip onwards we are back to normal. B to A. 6 times it has happened that we are traveling 300 kilometers straight and the load in truck is 6 tons. 10,800. Why do these transporters overload here? the running cost, etc. So basically, if they overload, they can reduce the number of trips. Yes or no? They can reduce the number of trips. Instead of 10 times, they can do the same thing in, let's say, 6 or 7 times. So they will save the cost of those 3 trips, the running cost basically. Obviously, standing charges is fixed, but they will be able to save the running cost. That is why they do overloading. Now, once it has happened that from B we first went to C, only once, one trip. How much load in the vehicle? 300 kilometers is only. Are you sure? Yes. The load is 6 tons. 960. And now from C to A, don't write. C to A, one trip into 140 kilometers, but the load is 0. So that is actually not worth here. When you are calculating ton kilometers, empty journeys are not counted. When the truck is empty, that is not counted here. Okay? Now, total this. Outward return both. 44,720. So you have got absolute ton kilometer. Now you need to calculate what? Commercial. Let's find out commercial ton kilometer now. You understood this? Okay. What is the formula for commercial ton kilometers? It is total kilometers into average load per trip. Now, how to find out average load per trip? How come? Wait. Have you written this 44,720 done? Okay. Now, give the heading commercial ton kilometers, write the formula, and after writing the formula, just leave 3 to 4 lines. Leave 3 to 4 lines. See how to calculate average load per trip. See, load per trip is basically total tons that we have transported divided by number of trips. In how many trips we have done the same thing. Let us say we have total transported 120 tons. How much? 120 tons. In how many journeys? Let us say 120 tons in 30 journeys. How many? 30. So in 30 journeys we have transported total of 120 tons. It means the average load per journey, per trip is only 4 tons. If you are carrying 4 tons in every journey, to transport 120 tons, it will take 30 journeys. So you'll calculate total load, divide by total journeys, you'll get the average load per trip. So how to do that? See, outward first. Outward first. A to B. 6 tons into 10 times, 10 journeys. Total comes out to 60 tons. So in those 10 journeys, from A to B we have transported a total of 60 tons of goods. Is it clear? Then A to C, 6 tons, 2 times 12 tons. Then C to B, 4 tons into 2 trips. It will be only 8 tons. So when the journey is broken now, it is considered as a separate trip. A to C, then C to B, it will become 2 trips. A to C, C to B, because the load differs now. Total, tell me how many tons? 80 tons. In how many trips? 14 trips. But wait, don't calculate the average just now. This is only outward journey. We'll have to do the same thing for return journey also. B to A, 8 tons. How many journeys? 5 trips. 8 tons into 5 trips makes it 40 tons. Then after the police caught us, we are taking only 6 tons into 6 trips. We have total of 36 tons. See, that is why the travelers, they overload. In 5 trips they have delivered total of 40 tons here, and here in 6 trips also they have been able to deliver only 36, and the rate is per ton, no, 2400 rupees per ton. So these 5 trips will generate more revenue than these 6 trips. Is that clear? But that to earn more revenue, you will have to take the risk of, yes. And once it has happened that from B we went to C, the load in the truck was 6 tons. It has happened only once. So it is 6 tons. And while traveling to from city C to A, the load was 0. So that trip is basically not considered here. Now take the total. 82. And journeys? 12 trips. Now average, you can take total now. A plus B. Number of trips 26. Load 162 tons. So what is average load per trip? 6.23. 162 tons. In how many trips? 26 trips. 6.23. See, the average load carried by this company is 6.23 tons, whereas the capacity of the lorry is only 6 tons. Their average load is only more than maximum. This has happened because of that overloading, but they got the punishment also. You have to write this, huh? Have you written this? Please write. See, now since we have got 6.23 tons, what you will do now? Total kilometers was how much? 7,200 kilometers into what is the average load per trip when the vehicle is running? 6.23 tons. So you will get commercial ton kilometer also. Tell me. 856. And as per this absolute ton kilometer, it was 44,720. So which one is more accurate? Absolute, obviously. This is average here. Absolute is more accurate. Okay. Now you can write this commercial ton kilometers. What has happened to this chair? AC is working or not? AC temperature. Temperatures. It is hot. Is it done? Okay. Now we have to find out cost and profit. For that we'll make an operating cost sheet. Give the heading operating cost sheet for the month of January. You'll write the year also, okay, if it is given. Okay. Particulars, and for amount you'll make two columns. Inner outer column. Now since we have to find out profit also, fine. revenue. See, at the time of outward journey, our rate is different. It is 2400 per ton. Return journey, it is 2200 only. So, the revenue will calculate in two parts. First, outward. We are charging 2400 rupees per ton. Is that clear? We are carrying 6 tons in each journey. Into this way, we have made how many journeys? How many trips? 12 trips. 10 trips straight from A to B, and there were two trips where we first stopped at station C, then went to station B. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. If you are taking a load of 6 tons from station A, even if you stop at station C, you have got confirmed revenue of 2400 rupees. So that in between unloading at station C, that will not affect our revenue. We will generate 2400 rupees per ton fix. How much is the amount here? 2400 into 6 tons, how much money we are making in each trip? 2400 into 6. Now tell me, 2400 into 6 tons, how much money we are making in each trip? 14,400. This way we have made 12 trips. How many trips? 12 trips. So 14,400 into 12 trips. Your total revenue in the outward journey from A to B is 1,72,800. If you are stopping at station C and unloading some goods, that does not affect your revenue because you are going to charge 2,400 only. Is that clear? Now, in case of return journey, I will make two calculations. Why? Because there was a case of overloading also. So 2,200 rupees into 8 tons, and this happened 5 times. So how much money I have made in these 5 trips? 88,000. Then once the police caught us, 2,200 rupees into, we are only taking. Now once we have stopped and unloaded the goods at station C only, but will that affect our revenue? No, we'll get entire 2,200 rupees. Our rate is fixed. It has only happened 7 times, no? 7 trips. How we got 7 trips? 6 plus that one, broken journey. But that doesn't mean that. See, if you are taking a load of 6 tons from C and you are going towards A, even if you from B to A, even if you stop at station C and unload all the goods, you are still going to earn 2,200 rupees into 6 tons. Is that clear? So that is not going to affect your revenue. Therefore, we are not looking at the broken trips here. How much? 92,400. So what is total revenue now? Siddesh, you have to use your calculator. Give me the answer. Let him answer. Okay. Less. Operating cost for the month. What is operating cost? What do you mean by operating cost? Operating cost. It is not running. Only variable. Operating cost is basically your day-to-day business expenses. Variable, fixed, both are included in that. Means all normal expense. See, the cost required from producing till selling the goods. From production till selling. All comes under. So the cost sheet that we made now, all expenses which are recorded in cost sheet, they are all operating, except interest. Interest actually is not recorded in the cost sheet. They have given a question. The institute has also changed the format. They are recording interest now also, because interest is not included in costing. Costing, we only look at the cost which is required to produce and sell the goods, not financial expense, because interest is a financial expense. Ideally it should not come in costing, and you will very rarely see interest calculation. So operating costs, we have fixed cost. I think fixed cost is given to you. Come on, answer please. That 6 lakhs is per annum, okay? So 6 lakhs divided by 12 months. Monthly how much? 50. Inner column. Then we have maintenance cost. Maintenance is 1,20,000, no? But that is for a year. Monthly how much? And then we have something called as running charges. Running charges is how much? 2,94,000. But this includes of that will be excluded from this. Why? Because penalty is not an operating day-to-day business expense. It is abnormal in nature. Penalty is abnormal in nature. It should not have it should not have been incurred only. And if you are incurring any abnormal expense due to your own fault, you cannot recover that expenditure from customer. If it is because of your fault, you are not going to recover that from customer. If the expense is necessary to conduct the business, all those expenses can be recovered from customers, because customer also understands that this is a necessary cost. But if an expenditure is incurred because of your fault and you try to recover that from customer, you will fail badly, because the price will go up unnecessary and customer will understand that there is something wrong. Let us say you book an Ola, okay? After traveling certain kilometers, on a signal, let us say the traffic police catches the Ola guy. The vehicle insurance is not there. Plus, the driver is drunk. Police charges a penalty of 5,000 rupees. Although I think the penalty is more. 5,000 rupees. Now, if that Ola guy asks you, he tells you to pay that 5,000 rupees. He will say, because of you only I got out from the house. Because today I was not interested only to work. Now it's because of you that I am coming out, and now I am caught. It is all up to you, because of you. You have to pay this. Will you pay that? Because that is not your fault. Is that clear? So customer is not going to pay any expense which is incurred because of fault of the firm, supplier, the businessman. So we are only recording operating cost here, day-to-day running expense, day-to-day business expenses, and penalty is not a business expense. So you can only record 2,82,000 as your cost. Now add all these expenses. Only the operating cost. 3,42,000. Now listen. We earned 3,53,200. Yes or no? Outward return journey including out of that 3,42,000 is our expenditure. So how much profit do we generate from this business during this month of January? We earned a profit of 11,200 rupees in the month of January, but then unfortunately we were doing overloading and police caught us. The profit, operating profit, which profit? Operating profit. In FM we call this EBIT. Operating profit is called as EBIT, that is business's operating profit. Okay, after deducting variable and fixed cost both. This is the operating profit. This is the business profit. This is the amount of profit that business has given to us. And because of our fault, we had to pay penalty of how much? We earned 11,200 rupees from the business. But unfortunately we are paying a penalty of 12,400. So this month we have gone into loss. There is net loss. Why this has happened? Due to the fault of the company only. They were trying to save some cost by overloading, and ultimately have incurred loss. Now, see, the question is asking you to calculate cost per commercial ton kilometer. Cost per commercial ton kilometer. So what is your cost here that you can recover from customer? You can convert it into per ton kilometer. 3,42,000. 3 lakh? Are yes or no? Divide by commercial ton kilometers how much? 44,856. Tell me, what is your cost per ton kilometer? 7 point something. 62. 7.624. Okay. The same way you have to calculate cost per absolute ton kilometer also. It's 44,720, no? 7.6. Six four. Is this understood, everyone? This question is actually very famous. It is there in CA, CS, CMA, and it is there in post-graduation, syllabus also. Everywhere this question is there. But Institute has somewhat simplified the question by giving the question in tabular format. It was there in paragraph format. It's all written in a story format. Now Praveen, which two questions are left now? 10 and 12th. 12th is what? Okay, cool. You'll have to increase the writing speed, huh? you know what, majority, I mean, say, I should say 90% of the students are not able to complete 100 marks paper within 3 hours, those allotted 3 hours. More than 90% students are not able to complete 100 marks paper. There can be two reasons for that. Either they are not knowing the answer, or the speed is slow. The second reason is more common. See, it's a challenge. You have to read the question carefully, you have to be calm, and then you have to, write at good speed also. There are challenges. You don't have to make mistakes also. Okay, now please come to question number 12, guys. Question number 12. Coal is transported from two mines X and Y and unloaded at plots in a railway station. Understand the business model of the company, huh? What the company is doing. They are transporting coal from mines to railway station. Is that clear? There are two mines there, X and Y. X is at a distance of 15 kilometers, Y is at a distance of 20 kilometers from the railhead plots. A fleet of lorries carrying capacity of 4 tons is used to transport the coal from the mines. Records reveal that average speed of the lorries is 40 kilometers per hour. Speed is given, huh? It is not the mileage, it is speed of the vehicle. The vehicles are running with a speed of 40 kilometers per hour when running, and regularly it takes 15 minutes to unload at the railhead. At mine X, average loading time is 30 minutes per load, while at mine Y, average loading time is 25 minutes per load. Additional information: drivers' wages, depreciation, insurance and taxes, etc. are rupees 12 per hour operated. Full stop. 12 per hour operated. So expenses are given here. It is 12 rupees per hour. Fuel, oil, tires, repairs and maintenance, etc. 1.60 per kilometer. Full stop. So all expenses are given, huh? You are required to prepare a statement showing the cost per ton kilometer. Underline cost per ton kilometer. Required part you should be clear what they are trying to ask. Cost per ton kilometer, basically you have to prepare the cost sheet, get total cost, then divide by ton kilometers, you will get cost per ton kilometer. That is what we have to do in this question. Of carrying coal from each mine, mine X and mine Y. So there has to be two columns then for mine X and mine Y. Now the question arises, the calculation that we will do, 10 kilometers, the cost sheet, etc. It should be for a day, for a month, for a year. How to calculate the cost? How many trips we are making in a day? How many trips we are completing in a day? From mine to railway station, how many trips? From mine to railway station, how many trips? Is it given? No. How many days we are operating in a month? That is also not given. So for what period we will make the cost sheet then? But how many trips we are making, that is not given in this question. Daily how many trips? 10 trips, 5 trips. There is no information about anything here. So we will make the cost sheet for one trip only. The information is given for only one trip. Is that clear? We will make cost sheet for one trip. we'll calculate cost of one trip only. Now for that, cost is given in two parts. See, one is this, which is per hour, and one is fuel, oil, repairs and maintenance, which is 1.60 per kilometer. The cost is given in terms of per hour and per kilometer. Now we should know how much time we are taking to complete one trip. If it is 12 rupees per hour and we are taking 2 hours to complete the trip, it means driver's wages, depreciation, etc. will be 12 into 2, 24 rupees each trip. Is that clear? Okay. So we will have to calculate time taken to complete. Time taken to complete what? One trip. Okay. Now understand the question. What the question is all about here. This is question number 12. We have two mines. Mine X and mine Y. We are extracting coal from these mines and we are transporting that coal to railway station. What is the use of the coal at the railway station? Engines. From coal. You are going into 1960s now. If from there on we will transport the coal somewhere, wherever it is required throughout the country. We have rail network now. So from there it will be transported. We are not worried about that. We are worried only about from mine X to the railway station. That's it. That is our scope here. Railway plot. From mine X, what is the distance of railway plot? 15. From mine X, 15. And from mine Y, 20 kilometers. See, time taken to complete one trip. To complete one trip, what we have to do, we cannot just run the empty lorry to railway station and come back. That will not make a trip. What we have to do, we have to first load the goods. The loading time at mine X is how much? You have to answer now, please. 30 minutes. Loading time at mine Y is how much? 25 minutes. See, time taken is basically here loading time, then running, loading, then running from mine to the railway station. Into 2 I will do. Why? For return also. Plus what? Unloading. Is that clear? So what is one trip? One trip is about loading the goods, reaching the railway station, unloading the goods, and then back to the mine. This is one trip. Then again this same process will be repeated. You will load the goods, you will go to the railway station, you will unload the goods and then come back to the mine. Is that clear? So now tell me, loading is 30 minutes now. From mine X to railway station, what is the running time? How much time it will take for us to reach from mine X to the railway station? Come on. How many? 15 minutes. 30 minutes. From mine X to the railway station. Siddesh, you have to get the answer. Ten minutes only? No. 40 km per hour, speed. 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 40 km Come on guys, it is not a difficult question as such. Array, it is as simple as basic calculation. Only 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Twenty-two point 22.5. See, what is the speed of the vehicle? Speed 40 kilometers per hour means in 60 minutes. 60 minutes you will reach 40 kilometers. Mine X and railway station are situated at 15 kilometers distance. So if for 40 kilometers 1 hour is taken, for 15 kilometers how many minutes? 22.5. No costing, no accounts is required for this. Agreed? Yes. And here it is 20 kilometers. Mine X 15, mine Y 20 kilometers. 40 kilometers 60 in 60 minutes. So 20 kilometers in 30 minutes. Is it clear? Arey, you had the formula also, yeah? Distance, speed, time. Nahi? You don't remember that? Speed is distance upon time. So similarly, time is equal to distance upon speed. Distance upon speed. You could have applied the formula also. Distance is 40. Distance is 15. Speed is 40. And since you want the answer in minutes, multiply by 60. Okay, but you didn't get the answer. Okay. Answer you got? Okay. You are from science background? No? Okay, that will also do, yaar. But see, personally I don't prefer formulas. Cross multiplication will do. 40 kilometers in 60 minutes. So for 15 kilometers, how much? For 20 kilometers, how much? Is it clear? Farhan, you're looking little worried. No? Have you lost something? Like cell phone or something? Somebody has told me. See, lost means what? We had something and then it... Okay. Then unloading at the railway plot. It takes... Unloading takes 30 minutes. Unloading 15 minutes to unload the goods. So it takes 15 minutes. Now, the running time here takes 22.5 minutes. Here it takes 30 minutes. Now you can find out the time taken to complete one trip from mine X. Loading time 30 or 25? 30. 30 minutes for loading. 22.5 minutes running. Then 22.5 minutes to come back. Plus 15 minutes of unloading. Tell me. 90 minutes. Mine Y. 25 minutes for loading, 30 minutes running, into 2 to come back, plus 15 minutes of unloading. 100 minutes, okay. Why are we calculating time to complete one trip? Because some expenses are given in per hour term. Is that clear? Now you should also get kilometers per trip. If you want to complete one trip from mine X to railway station, it is 15 kilometers outward, 15 kilometers return. Total 30 kilometers journey. And from mine Y, it is 20 kilometers into 2, 40 kilometers. Is it clear? And next, we also have to calculate ton kilometers. So from mine X, the railway station is 15 kilometers into the load 4 tons into 2. Can we multiply this by 2? Why? Because in the return, the lorry is coming empty. Return journey is empty. Only outward journey will be considered here. So it is 60 ton kilometers. Similarly, from mine Y, if you want to complete one trip, it is 20 kilometers into 4 tons. It is 80 ton kilometers. Okay? Now you can write this now. Question number 12. It was recently asked in the exam again. This question has come, I think, thrice in the exam. And the marks are for this calculation only. In the cost sheet, basically we have only 2 lines. You had college also, na? You're having college also, na? No? Somebody, there's one guy who's going to the college. First day someone else was going to the college, na? At 1:30, I think. Okay. Akash. Last sum. We are heading to the last sum. Come on, guys. Last sum for the day coming up. Bouncer. Last sum with fresh mind, no? I will complete this. It's a small question. It will take only 5 minutes. It's taking equivalent का concept, huh? Equivalent concept. 5 minutes is as good as 20. Yeah. 4 to 5. You all can discuss. I will go. Where do you stay? Nearby only, na? And you? 3 hours from here. This is done? Okay, please. You have to increase the speed, huh? Siddesh, you're an intelligent man here. Come on. You can get rank also. I'm telling you. You need to identify your strength. Okay, let us quickly complete this cost sheet. It is of 2 lines only. We have 2 expenses. First is driver's wages. It is driver's wages, depreciation, insurance and taxes. Insurance and taxes. What is the rate of this expense? 12 rupees per hour. 12 rupees per hour means for 60 minutes. 12 rupees for 60 minutes. Then for 90 minutes how much? 18 rupees. Is it clear? Siddesh, you getting it? Here 12 rupees for 60 minutes. Then for 100 minutes, how much? 20? Exact 20. Okay. Second expenditure. What is the name of that expense? Fuel, oil, tires, repairs and maintenance. Per Now to complete one trip from mine X to the railway station, we have to travel 30 kilometers. Yes, we have calculated the kilometers also, no? 30 kilometers. 1.6 into 30. 48. 1.6 into 40 kilometers. 64. There you get the cost. 18 plus 48. Second one, okay, 66. This is total cost incurred to complete one trip. Divide by ton kilometers. Mine X 15 kilometers into 4 tons. 60. 80. 66 upon 60. 1.1. 84 upon 80. 1.04 or 5? 0.5. This is cost per ton kilometer. It was a nice question, I think. Speed, loading, unloading, something unusual. was given. Yes. Yeah. You need to revise this at the last moment also. This was now frequently. I think it has been asked twice in last 4 to 5 years. It's afternoon time. I will go in the evening. 4 o'clock. Leisure time in the heat. Is it done? Question 10. Let's complete this topic. Last question. But it's a small question here. We will solve this within 10 minutes. Yes. If you say within 5 minutes also. Following are the data pertaining to Infotech Private Limited for the year 2019-20. Infotech means an IT company here. Salary to software engineers 5 persons, total 15 lakhs. This is for the year, okay? See, this data is pertaining to Infotech Private Limited. This is entire company and for the year. Salary to project leaders 2 persons, total salary is 9 lakhs. Project manager 6 lakhs. Repairs and maintenance 3 lakhs and admin overheads 12 lakhs. Write like give a bracket and then write overheads. Connected by a bracket and write overheads. Repairs and maintenance and admin overheads are indirect expenses. They are overheads. For an IT company, salary to engineers and project leaders is labor. Now, the company executes a project XYZ. The details of the same are as follows. Project duration is, see what IT companies do. They basically develop software and websites, etc. Correct? For different companies. So we have got a project named XYZ. We are working on this project. We have to calculate the cost incurred to complete this project. Is that clear? So what is new in this question? See, the entire whole year's data is given for the entire company. For the company's cost is given. From this, you have to find out how much cost we have incurred in this project XYZ. Is that clear? See, salary 15 lakhs, 9 lakhs and 6 lakhs. It is 30 lakhs. Plus overheads 15 lakhs. What is the total expenditure incurred by the firm? 45 lakhs. This 45 lakhs will be recovered from customers. Yes or no? So now we want to know how much amount we should recover from project XYZ. Okay? Duration is 6 months. 1 project leader and 3 software engineers were involved for the entire duration of the project. So can I say project leader and software engineer's salary will be charged on this project? 1 project leader's salary and 3 software engineer's salary. Only 6 months. Yes. Whereas project manager has spent only 2 months efforts during the execution of the project. So 2 months salary of the manager will also be recovered from this project. Travel expenses incurred for the project is 1,87,500. When we go for audit, let's say from office we are going to the client's place. In that case, we are incurring traveling expense. Let us say we went by the cab. Okay, we spent 500 rupees. Now that 500 rupees we will recover from company, the CA firm, or from the client. the client. Now what happens when we are working in a project on a project now, whatever expenses we are incurring on travel or stay, all those expenses are recovered from the client. Is that clear? Let us say you are for audit purpose, you are traveling from Chennai to Mumbai. There you will have to stay in a hotel, okay, your lunch, dinner, etc. All those expenses will be borne by company. You will recover that from the company. When you will raise the bill amount now, you will add those expenses also. So what we are going to do, we have incurred the travel expenses about 1,87,500. This amount will also be recovered from project. 2 laptops were purchased at a cost of rupees 50,000 each for use in the project, and the life of the same is estimated to be 2 years. The life of the project is 2 years laptop. Okay. So what we will do, we will charge depreciation for 6 months in this project. Prepare project cost sheet. Right. After that, there's a statement which is missing here. Overheads. You need to write this, huh? Overheads are recovered on the basis of salary. On the basis of salary. We have to prepare what? Project cost sheet. Means cost incurred to complete the project. That's it. Let's start. Give the heading question number 10. Project cost sheet for project XYZ. Two columns for amount, okay. First, in this project only, in this project, how much salary expense we have incurred? We have employed one project leader. What is the salary of one project leader? See, here, 9 lakhs we are paying to 2 project leaders. So per project leader, per person 4,50,000, per person 4,50,000, but that is for a year. Monthly salary is how much? 4,50,000 divided by 12 months. 37,000. So this is 37,500 into 6 months. 2,20,000. Similarly, 3 software engineers. What is the salary of one software engineer for a month? 3 lakhs is for a year. 15 lakhs is paid to 5 individuals. Now, per person is how much? 3 lakhs. Per month, 25,000. 25,000 into 6 months into 3 software engineers. 4,50,000. And then we have the manager. He has spent 2 months efforts there. Manager 50,000 monthly into 2 months. 1 lakh. Add the total amount. 225, 450 and 1 lakhs. 7,75,000. Is that clear? Then apart from salary, we have incurred travel expenses. How much travel expenses during these 6 months? Then we have also purchased laptops for this project. So that laptop depreciation. How much? Yes. See, 50,000 into 2 laptops. It is 1 lakh. Life is 2 years. into 1 by 2 means 6 months, correct? How to tell me? Are you getting the answer? Okay, 25,000. Now tell me, are we going to recover overheads cost also from this customer? Are we going to recover overheads cost also? Yes, all expenses, all normal expenses are recovered from customer only. I have recovered my engineer's salary, project leader's salary, manager's salary. I have recovered the travel expense also. I am recovering the depreciation of the laptop also. But what about this? Repair and maintenance and admin overheads. How much amount from this? See, this is overall annual expense. This is for the company. 1,50,000 and 6 lakhs. You're saying half. You're looking at the duration. Correct? See, as a businessman, we have to recover all my expenses from, I have to recover all my expenses from customer. Whatever expenses I could trace, that I have written in the cost sheet. But this is something which is not traceable. This is something which is not traceable. Now, how to recover indirect expenses from the customers? This is for annual. This is annual cost. You are saying the duration is 6 months. So half amount should be recovered from customer. But I am asking a question. During these 6 months, are we working on this project only? Or there are other projects also that we are working on them? There are other projects also. Why? As you can see, only one project leader is employed in this project. Where is that other project leader? He will be working somewhere else. So you should recover the expense from that other project also, no? Similarly, manager has spent only 2 months. He was busy on other projects also at that time. Only 3 software engineers, 2 software engineers were involved, were deployed somewhere else. So it means we are not just working on this project. Let us say the classes, the institute recovers all expenses from us students. Yes or no? But simultaneously there are 4 batches running, let us say. So the expense will not be recovered from just one batch. It should be recovered from all 4 batches. So similarly, apart from project XYZ, there must be other projects also running simultaneously. So how much amount we should recover from project XYZ? For this, the hint is given. Overheads are absorbed on the basis of, recovered on the basis of salary. So what we will do, we will make a ratio of salary and overheads. Okay, how? See. That recovery rate overheads cost divided by the salary amount into 100. We are calculating a ratio. How much overall salary that company is incurring? 15, 9 plus 6, 30 lakhs. And the overheads cost is 15 lakhs. Means the overheads are 50% of salary. Overheads are, now this we have seen in cost sheet also. The overheads were given as a percentage of some other expense. What does it mean? It means when you are recovering 100 rupee from a customer in the name of salary, the same time recover 50 rupees more. For what? For overheads also. So throughout the year, when you will be working on a project, you will recover your salary amount. See, do we know that for completing this project, how much salary we are incurring? How many employees we are we are deploying on that project? Yes. So we know the salary amount. In this question also it is given that 3 software engineers, 1 project leader, managers, 2 efforts were included. So salary amount we know. Salary is something which can be traced with the project. Now we want to, we are doing what? Along with salary, we want overheads expense also to be included in the project cost. But that is not possible if you don't calculate a ratio. Let us say you are going somewhere and you don't know the address. Okay, you have, let us say from here you are going to the railway station, but you are not knowing the address. But there is a guy who's going in front of you, who's also walking in front. You know that this guy is knowing the address. He probably knows the address. What you will do then? You will follow him. The moment he reaches the destination, you will also automatically. Similarly, if you can't trace overheads cost with the project, can I say we can trace the salary amount with project? That how much salary we are incurring on this project? But overheads we cannot trace with the project. What we will do? We will trace, or we will calculate a ratio of overheads with salary. Throughout the year, when we are working on a project, we are recovering salary expense from the customer. What we will do? We will recover some extra amount. We will recover some extra amount in the name of overheads also. Now, overheads are how much, or how much percentage of the salary amount. Overheads are 50% of salary amount. So it means what? Whenever you are recovering 100 rupees from the customer for salary, recover 50 rupees more in the name of overheads. So not just 100, charge 150 rupees. 100 rupees for salary, 150 and 50 rupees for overheads. So throughout the year you will be, recovering your salary amount. Let us say by doing this thing, you recovered entire 30 lakhs rupees of your salary. Automatically 50% of that overheads will also be automatically get recovered. Is that clear? So to recover the overheads cost, what you need to do, you need to relate the overhead cost with some other cost which is traceable, which is directly related to the project. Automatically you will be able to recover the overheads also. So in this question, what is the rate? Overheads 50% of. Now tell me how much salary amount I have incurred for this project. So how much overheads expense I will recover from this project? 3,87,000. So my total project cost will be 75,000. See, important is this overheads concept. How the overheads is recovered from each customer, each project basically. Now we are done. You can write this. No, it is, this sum is over now. We have to find out total project cost. It has been done. Yeah, 30 lakhs. You know, every formula where we are dividing something by something, it is actually a cross multiplication. Every formula. Instead of using that formula, we can cross multiply also. Now you all can go home. Enjoy the rest of the day, whatever is left.